Aneke television. Hey, agirbo mu die ku nkwaze na ya mgboji okwukwu kakwu ogugwu ema. Hey, mbo wa bia ni ebube eme. Mgbagbu wa gbatawa ni ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emerụ ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. Na-emere ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe oge ọrụ etighị ụmụọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọgwụsi nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye gbagburu ahụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu steeti. Ọ dị na
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called goro, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Ndụ a na-atọka onye anara nke ya na ụlọ agwọ ibe anyị adị nọ ogologo ndụ arụ ike na ọdụmma ihe eji ene ndụ anya na onye nwere ihe eji ene ndụ anya na ịrụfụta nwụrụ ya ịmara na nsogbu riri ya olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị Chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ ndụ na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene na-ekene maka tata na-ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ maka eme echi anya amara na anyị adị ka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ihe ya adịla anyị mma. Ndị be anyị onwekwana ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie tipụtara anyị na-ere nke
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrasts, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. the lush southern forests, and the vast northern savanna belts. Stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara, Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall, and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines, supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we share.
Welcome to this program. My name is Reverend Father Ambrose Ofodele, Priest Director, Radio Maria Nigeria, Enugu. This morning I want to reflect with you on the Word of God of Matthew chapter 27 verse 25. When the Pilate wanted to exonerate himself from the crucifixion of Jesus, the Jews shouted, "Let his blood be upon us and our children." Pilate was washing his hands off the case of Jesus. And the people acclaimed, "Let his blood be upon us and our generation." Like the blood of Abel, the blood that was upon Cain because he killed his brother. In contrast to that of Jesus, the blood of Jesus does not ask for vengeance. It asks for reconciliation. It asks for peace. It asks for love. So it was even positive, even though they did not understand it, for the crowd, what they call the oculus, the crowd, to shout that the blood of Jesus should be upon them and their generation. It is something that they should wish to happen. In our own context, we look at this as an abomination. Why would they impute upon themselves that kind of curse upon themselves? But what was supposed to be a curse became a restoration. What was supposed to be a curse became salvation for these people. Because the blood of Jesus eventually salvaged all of us. Humanity was saved through the crucifixion, death, and resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ. In our own lives as individuals, as Christians, the blood of Jesus continues to be made available to us. Dying on the cross on that faithful Good Friday, he said it was finished. It is finished. Tetelestai. What finished? What finished was our sorrows, our temptations, our challenges as a people. He took all of them, including what the Jews thought was an abomination. He took all of them away. This was imputed to us by virtue of our participation in humanity. The book of Genesis tells us that Adam and Eve failed God. And because they failed God, they were sent on an eternal punishment. They were chased out of paradise. And man became an enemy of God. Man was chased out of the garden. But Jesus reunites us by his blood. So the blood of Jesus continues to sanctify, continues to bring us closer to God himself. And this, dear brothers and sisters, is a point of reflection for all of us. That the blood of Jesus continues to sanctify us. His shedding of blood, because the Bible said, without the shedding of blood, there is no remission of sins. His blood shed for all of us brought salvation, brought redemption. He died for us. His death made us whole. His death reconciled us with God the Father. The question becomes, can God die? You remember that at the incarnation, that Jesus Christ, the second person of the Trinity, took flesh in what theologians describe as incarnation.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You remember that at the incarnation, that Jesus Christ, the second person of the Trinity, took flesh in what theologians describe as incarnation. He took flesh and became man. He was fully God and fully man. His divinity met with humanity. With his divinity, he divinized humanity and humanized divinity. Yet, with his passion, with his death, with his crucifixion, his humanity suffered because God cannot die. God continues to live. The blood of Jesus gave us salvation. His death on the cross is not the end of our sojourn here. His death on the cross brought us salvation. What the Jews thought would have been a humiliation. In terms of the cross was for those who have committed all kinds of abominations. But in the case of Jesus, what was supposed to be a shame, a humiliation, became a point of glory. Jesus Christ, our Lord, was crucified. He died for our sake, and he has saved all of us. Dear brothers and sisters, it is time to go back to Jesus to take our own merits of the same salvation. He came that we may have life and have it in abundance. John chapter 10, verse 10. The life he has given to us, we must make good use of. We must respond positively to the sacrifices he made on the cross. His death is not in vain. His death is for us salvation. His death became for us something to glory about, because death was no longer annihilation. Death became for Christians a transformation, a change of state. This world is not our terminus ad quem. We have a place we are going, and that place is heaven. And every Christian should desire to be in heaven, because that's where God is. May Almighty God continue to bless us and continue to be with us in all the circumstances of our lives, in all the challenges we are passing through as Nigerians, especially at this time that things are so hard. People are finding it difficult. Families are suffering. Offices are suffering. Companies are suffering. We have security issues. We have even morality issues in the society. Only Jesus, who died on the cross, can save all of us. And that's why it is expedient that we go back to him in righteousness. He has opened his arms for us to come. You remember the nature of the cross, the structure of the cross, a vertical beam of holiness and horizontal bar of human weakness. So at the intersection between the horizontal bar and the vertical beam, we have Jesus Christ as the center point. He is uniting humanity and God. And this unification, we have our salvation. Jesus Christ is Lord. The cross is no longer a thing of shame. The cross becomes then a thing of glory. The cross is no longer for the outlaws. The cross became a point of salvation because on it was crucified our Savior who conquered death. By dying on the cross, he removed the veil of ignorance, the veil of death. We are now free as children of God. May the Lord Jesus Christ bless us and guide us and lead us to eternal life. And may we, by believing in him, gain salvation. And may Almighty God bless you. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. God bless you. My name is Reverend Father Ambrose of Odele. See you next time.
Advertise with us. Cover your event. Share your story. Call 070-3043-7110 today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The red cap is a powerful symbol of authority, tradition, and chieftaincy. It signifies leadership, cultural identity, and a connection to the ancestors. The red cap is primarily worn by men who hold traditional titles such as Nze, Ozo, Ichie, Chief, Onyish. The number of eagle feathers on the cap can denote the wearer's status within the chieftaincy system. The red cap comes in different shapes, and each shape represents a particular hierarchy in the traditional institution in Igbo land.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
The financial and social strain of burial and traditional funeral ceremonies in Igbo land is becoming a major concern, according to His Royal Majesty Igwe Ambassador Dr. Lawrence O.C. Agabozo, CFR. The elder statesman and respected traditional ruler raised the issue during a lecture delivered at the just concluded Fourth Synod of the Catholic Diocese of Enugu held at the Jubilee Hall of the Holy Ghost Cathedral, Enugu. Speaking on the theme burial and traditional funeral ceremonies in Igbo land and their burden on the people, Igwe Agobozo traced the evolution of funeral practices from pre-Christian times to the present. He highlighted how modernization, religion, and social competition have significantly altered traditional customs. Recalling pre-Christian Igbo society, he explained that burials were swift, often conducted within 1 or 2 days due to the absence of mortuaries. Deaths were viewed as having spiritual causes, prompting families to consult diviners rather than medical experts. Burials were classified based on social status, with home burials for prominent persons, communal grounds for married or disadvantaged individuals, and even forests for criminals or those believed to have died abominably. Lavish second burials were traditionally reserved for traditional or successful individuals, although early missionaries condemned some practices, including alleged human sacrifices. Igwe Agobos noted that Christianity helped eliminate discriminatory and dehumanizing burial rites, particularly those involving evil forests. Over time, population growth and migration contributed to the decline of village cemeteries, while modern mortuaries allowed families to delay funerals for extended periods, a factor now contributing to rising burial costs. Modernity has influenced a lot of changes in Igbo funeral rites, the monarch observed. He expressed concern over the growing culture of funerals for the living, where families stage elaborate ceremonies to display wealth and social status, often beyond their means. He condemned practices such as prolonged mortuary stays, house constructions, or renovation to meet burial standards, and the emerging first and second burials into extravagant events. Highlighting a recent example, he cited a high-profile burial where 200 cows were reportedly donated, describing it as inactive, as indicative of the trend. These displays place a huge burden on middle and low-income families, he warned, noting that many now take loans to fund burials of relatives who died in poverty. Efforts to curb excessives are underway. Several Igbo communities have shortened burial durations and abolished oppressive widowhood practices or rites. The Catholic Church has also introduced regulations limiting how long a corpse may remain in a mortuary. Onitsha Donidu's decision to abolish second burials for Christians was cited as a model worth emulating. The Obi of Onitsha, His Royal Majesty Igwe Nnameka Alfred Achabe, has repeatedly condemned ostentatious funeral displays, emphasizing the protection of families with modern means. In his own Ezema Olo Kingdom, Igwe Agobozo revealed that practices that demean widows such as sleeping beside corpses or compulsory head shaving have been abolished. He also warned against the emergence of committees of friends exploiting funerals to collect money fraudulently via social media. The monarch called for a return to traditional values, encouraging families to conduct burials within their means while allowing voluntary contributions from well-wishers. He urged the diocese to update regulations that balance cultural identity with Christian values, reduce financial pressure on families, and discourage extravagant spending. This paper will consider its mission accomplished, he concluded, if it contributes to resolving emerging challenges that impede the advancement of Christian burial practices in the diocese.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you. Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The Osu-Ohu caste divide in Igbo society took center stage at the just concluded 4th Enugu Diocesan Synod held at the Holy Ghost Cathedral, Enugu. Under the theme, The Problem of Osu and Ohu in Our Communities and the Amadi Diala Linkage, Uniting God's Igbo Children, Njikozi Igbo Umochukwu. The gathering drew clergy, laity, and traditional leaders into an honest confrontation with one of the region's most enduring social challenges. The Emeritus Archbishop of Owerri and the head of Owerri Metropolitan See, Most Reverend Anthony J.V. Obinna, delivered the landmark paper tracing the historical roots, distortions, and human rights implications of the caste system. He described the hierarchy as an ancient but harmful legacy that contradicts Christian teachings and modern understanding of human dignity. Despite centuries of Christianity and legal reforms, Archbishop Obinna observed that discrimination persists in marriage, chieftaincy selection, and land ownership. He highlighted institutional efforts to tackle the problem, including the 2022 Joint Pastoral Directive by Catholic bishops in Onitsha and Owerri, which condemned caste segregation as obnoxious and incompatible with the Christian faith. He also referenced the 1956 abolition of the Osu designation by the Eastern Nigeria House of Assembly, noting that enforcement across Igbo states remains inconsistent. Human rights organizations like Pillars of Hope Africa Initiative have assisted traditional rulers in formally abolishing the caste system in parts of Imo State. The Archbishop outlined key social labels: Osu, individuals historically dedicated to deities; Ohu, those bought or captured as slaves or considered strangers; Amadi Diala, the so-called freeborn, often upholding discriminatory barriers; and Ume, a lesser-known category associated with alleged early death in some areas, facing harsh stigmatization. He stressed that while definitions vary, all these labels share a legacy of exclusion and social stigma. Archbishop Obinna urged all Ndibo, regardless of caste label, to reclaim their God-given identity. The Amadi Diala, he said, must renounce claims of superiority, while Osu and Ohu and Ume should reject feelings of inferiority. True reform, he emphasized, requires heartfelt repentance, personal and communal, not just formal declarations. He outlined 5 steps towards healing: reject false caste identities, renounce derogatory attitudes and joke, confess past wrongs, resolve to end divisive practices, and embrace forgiveness rooted in love and humility. Only through sustained repentance, the Archbishop said, can Ndibo break free from centuries of inherited prejudice. The Enugu Synod's engagement with the Osu-Ohu question represented a significant moment for Igbo society. By confronting discrimination openly, the Holy Ghost Cathedral has set a blueprint for reform, inspiring communities across Igbo land to uphold dignity, unity, and equality under God.
and welcome to News Update on Aneke Television. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Glad to have you join us. Stay with us as we bring you the latest stories shaping Nigeria and the world. Headlines. Federal civil servants face March 31st deadline for personal verification. On the foreign scene, United States signals possible military action on Cuba. On business, federal government and power generation companies differ over electricity sector debt. Now the news in details. The federal government has fixed Tuesday, March 31st, 2026 as the final deadline for all civil servants to complete the mandatory personnel audit and skills gap analysis. The directive was issued in a memo by the head of the civil service of the Federation, Mrs. Didi Wilson-Jack. Mrs. Wilson-Jack warned that any officer who fails to comply with the exercise will face immediate suspension from the federal payroll, stressing that no further extensions will be granted. She explained that the audit is part of ongoing reforms aimed at eliminating host workers and strengthening workforce efficiency across ministries, departments, and agencies. Civil servants are required to undergo physical verification and complete a skills assessment, after which evidence of compliance must be submitted to the respective directors of human resource management. The West African Examinations Council has released the 2026 first series results of the computer-based West African Senior School Certificate Examination for private candidates. According to a statement signed by the acting head of public affairs, Mrs. Moyoshola Adeshina, only 33% of candidates obtained 5 credits, including English language and mathematics. A total of 10,480 candidates sat for the examination conducted between January 28 and February 14, 2026 across 166 centers nationwide. The council disclosed that candidates with special needs, including the visually impaired and hearing impaired, were adequately catered for during the examination process. The House of Representatives is set to vote on the reserved seats for women bill, a proposed constitutional amendment aimed at increasing female representation in Nigeria's legislature. House spokesman Mr. Akin Rotimi confirmed that the vote will take place in the coming weeks ahead of party primaries scheduled to begin on April 23, 2026. The bill proposed the creation of 37 additional seats for women in the National Assembly, as well as 3 reserved seats in each state House of Assembly. Lawmakers said the measure is designed as a temporary intervention spanning 4 election cycles to address gender imbalance in political representation. The Independent National Electoral Commission has extended the deadline for the political parties to submit their membership registers ahead of the 2027 general elections. INEC National Commissioner Mr. Mohammed Haruna announced that the new deadline has been moved from April 21st to May 10th, 2026, following consultations with political parties. The Commission stated that the adjustment aligns with the 21-day requirement stipulated in the Electoral Act for submission of party registers before primaries. INEC Chairman Professor Joash Amopiton said the revised timeline is to ensure transparency and give parties adequate time to comply with electoral guidelines. Former Deputy Governor of Kano State, Professor Aminu Absalam Gwazo, has resigned from office, citing the need to maintain stability in the state. In a letter addressed to Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf, Professor Gwazo said his decision was voluntary and aimed at allowing the administration to function without distractions. He emphasized that his resignation should not be interpreted as an admission of wrongdoing. The former deputy governor reaffirmed his commitment to peace, progress, and development of Kano State. The crisis within the People's Democratic Party has deepened as a faction led by former Minister of Special Duties Alhaji Tanimu Turaki rejected plans for a national convention. The group stated that it will not participate in the convention scheduled by the faction aligned with the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Mr. Nyesom Wike. National Publicity Secretary of the Turaki faction, Mr. Ini Ememubong, said the group has filed an appeal at the Supreme Court challenging the Court of Appeal judgment on the November 2025 convention. However, Mr. Wike has insisted that the convention will proceed as planned despite the ongoing legal dispute. The All Progressives Congress has concluded its 8th national convention with the emergence of Professor Nintawe Yuwalda as national chairman. Professor Yuwalda was returned to office through a consensus arrangement ratified by delegates at the convention. Also elected is Senator Surajin Bashiru as national secretary alongside other members of the National Working Committee. The party reaffirmed Mr. Felix Moka as National Publicity Secretary and Mr. Dayo Israel as National Youth Leader. Former Governor of Kaduna State, Malam Nasser El-Rufai, has been granted temporary bail by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission. The release followed the death of his mother, Hajiya Umar El-Rufai, who passed away in Cairo, Egypt at the age of 100. His son, Mr. Bashar El-Rufai, confirmed that the temporary bail will enable him participate in funeral rites. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and other political leaders have extended condolences, while El-Rufai is expected to return to court on March 31st, 2026. Governors of Nigeria's Northwest region have adopted a unified framework to tackle insecurity and economic challenges. The initiative, titled the Peace, Security and Development Framework 2026 to 2030, was unveiled at a meeting of the Northwest Governors Forum in Abuja. Chairman of the forum and Governor of Katsina State, Malam Dikko Umaru Rada, said the plan aims to harmonize development strategies across member states. The framework, supported by the United Nations Development Programme, will also strengthen data-driven planning and regional collaboration. The Nigerian Medical Association and the National Association of Resident Doctors have raised concerns over rising infections among health workers due to Lassa fever. The associations confirmed that at least 37 health workers have contracted the disease, with several fatalities recorded. Data from the Nigeria Center for Disease Control shows 146 deaths out of 582 confirmed cases within the first 11 weeks of 2026. Medical experts have called for urgent government intervention, including provision of personal protective equipment and improved healthcare infrastructure. This news update is coming to you live from Aneke TV. Remember, you can stay connected with us on Facebook and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Federal civil servants to meet March 31st deadline for personnel verification. Coming up shortly, United States President Donald Trump signs possible action on Cuba. Federal government and power generation companies differ over electricity sector debt. We'll be right back shortly.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. The World Health Organization and the International Federation of the Red Cross have raised concerns over delays in delivery of emergency cholera response supplies to parts of Africa. The agencies disclosed that critical medical kits, including oral rehydration, salts, and water purification tools, are currently stranded in Dubai due to disruptions linked to tensions affecting the Strait of Hormuz. They warned that the delay comes ahead of the rainy season in May, a period associated with increased cholera outbreaks in vulnerable countries such as Chad and Sudan. Health officials emphasized that the unavailability of rapid response kits could significantly weaken emergency interventions, particularly in high-risk communities and displacement camps. Authorities in Nepal have arrested former Prime Minister Mr. K.P. Sharma Oli and former Home Minister Mr. Ramesh Lekak over their alleged roles in last year's violent protests. The arrest followed the recommendations of an investigative panel which cited criminal negligence in the handling of demonstrations that resulted in multiple fatalities. The unrest, which began as protests against the social media ban, escalated into nationwide demonstrations over governance and economic concern. Nepal's current Home Minister, Mr. Sudan Gurung, stated that the arrests underscore the government's commitment to accountability and the rule of law. United States President Mr. Donald Trump has indicated that Cuba remains under consideration for possible intervention amid ongoing diplomatic engagements. Speaking at an investment forum in Miami, President Trump referenced recent foreign policy actions and noted that multiple options, including military measures, remain under review. The remarks come as Cuba faces significant economic challenges worsened by reduced external energy supplies and internal fiscal pressures. Cuban President Mr. Miguel Diaz-Canel has acknowledged ongoing discussions with the United States aimed at easing tensions and avoiding escalation. The federal government and power generation companies are in disagreement over the total debt within Nigeria's electricity sector. Minister of Power Chief Adebayo Adelabu stated that verified liabilities may be closer to 4 trillion naira rather than the higher figures previously reported. He explained that a significant portion of the obligations relate to payments owed to gas suppliers supporting electricity generation. However, the Association of Power Generation Companies, through its Executive Secretary, Mrs. Joy Ogaji, maintained that outstanding debts remain higher, citing unresolved invoices and operational costs. The federal government has intensified efforts to implement mandatory electronic invoicing across businesses in Nigeria. Executive Chairman of the Nigeria Revenue Service, Dr. Zach Adedeji, announced the initiative at the Nigeria Revenue Summit in Lagos. He stated that the policy is aimed at improving tax compliance, reducing revenue leakages, and enhancing real-time monitoring of economic transactions. Under the phased implementation plan, large companies have already complied, while medium and small enterprises are expected to meet set deadlines between 2026 and 2027. The presidency has launched an intervention program to address declining rice production in Nigeria. The initiative follows reports that thousands of farmers have abandoned rice cultivation due to economic challenges and shifting preferences to alternative crops. The Presidential Food Systems Coordinating Unit has deployed coordinators to selected states to support farmers with inputs, irrigation, and financing. Officials say the program is designed to boost domestic production, stabilize food supply, and strengthen national food security. Now in sports, Nigeria's Miracle Ezechukwu has successfully defended her junior 100 meters title at the MTN Champs Continental Relays held in Jos, Plateau State. She recorded a winning time of 11.42 seconds in the final after setting a personal best of 11.26 seconds in the semi-finals. The competition also saw Team MTN's Emmanuel Akolo win the men's junior 100 meters, while Ezekiel Asukwo claimed victory in the 400 meters event. Organizers say the event continues to serve as a platform for discovering and nurturing young athletic talents in Nigeria. Still in sports, Nigeria Super Eagles have defeated Iran 2-1 in an international friendly match played in Turkey. Goals from Mr. Moses Simon and Mr. Akko Adams secured the victory, extending Nigeria's unbeaten run in regular time. Head coach Mr. Eric Chelle praised the team's performance, noting the contribution of emerging players who made their international debuts. The team is expected to face Jordan in its next fixture as preparations continue for upcoming international competitions. Now in entertainment, a legal dispute involving Nigerian music artist Mr. David Adeleke, popularly known as Davido, and Ms. Sophia Momodu has drawn attention on social media. A blogger identified as Jenny Block has reportedly withdrawn from public commentary after alleging legal action initiated by the singer's representatives. The development follows ongoing custody-related disagreements involving their daughter, Imade. Legal representatives involved in the matter have yet to issue comprehensive public statements, while observers continue to call for restraint and due process. And finally, before we go on news updates, a recap of our top stories. The federal government has directed all civil servants to complete the ongoing personnel audit and skills gap analysis on or before Tuesday, March 31st, 2026. The head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Mrs. Didi Wilson Jack, warned that failure to comply with the directive will result in immediate suspension from the federal payroll. She explained that the exercise is aimed at eliminating waste workers and strengthening efficiency across ministries, departments, and agencies. On the foreign scene, the President of the United States, Mr. Donald Trump, has indicated that military action remains an option in addressing relations with Cuba. Speaking at a forum in Miami, Florida, President Trump stated that his administration is considering multiple options even as diplomatic engagement with the Cuban government continue. President of Cuba, Mr. Miguel Diaz-Canel, has, however, acknowledged ongoing discussions aimed at easing tensions and preventing escalation. In the business sector, the federal government and power generation companies are at variance over the total debt in Nigeria's electricity market. The Minister of Power, Chief Adebayo Adelabu, stated that verified liabilities may be lower than figures being circulated, attributing a significant portion of the debt to obligations owed to gas suppliers. However, the Executive Secretary of the Association of Power Generation Companies, Mrs. Choi Ogaji, maintained that outstanding debts remain substantial, citing unresolved invoices and operational costs. And that's the news update on Aneke Television. For more news and live updates, follow us on Facebook and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching. Good morning.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Ihechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico and it is headquartered in Albuquerque, but currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV, Move with the world.
Secondary school is a value. More 3 minutes. A minute more.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world. In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Secondary school is a value.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome to you, and it's another Saturday, and thank you for joining us on the Week in Retrospect here on Aneke TV. I still remain your host, Uche Osai.
And I'm your co-pilot, Good Hope Chukuma. It's a beautiful Saturday and we're here to walk you through the top stories that shaped the week.
Yes, the top stories that shaped the week, from politics, business, lifestyle, entertainment. If it is made a headline, we've got it covered.
Exactly. It's your weekend digest where we serve the biggest stories, expert insights, and a touch of analysis to keep you informed and ready for the new week.
Yes, we'll bring you perspectives that matter, voices that challenge, and opinions that enlighten.
So let's begin with today's top newspapers: The Punch, Vanguard, The Nation, and The Guardian. Also the Weekend Sun.
Alright, and joining us on this journey is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Res Arum. Mr. Res, it's a pleasure to have you on the Week in Retrospect.
Thank you, and thank you.
Thank you very much, and it's good to see you smiling. And with us is Gerard Odo. Gerard, it's a pleasure to have you on the Week in Retrospect.
Thank you for having me. I'm good.
Alright.
I will move over to that, where we start with a Punch headline which says India clamps down on Nigerians. India clamps down on Nigerians. Then on the Nation newspaper we have APC convention, attacks on Electoral Act 2026, the service to Nigerians, Tinubu said. Then we go over to the Weekend Trust, where we have convention, Tinubu tightens grip on APC. Then over to the Saturday Sun, where we have APC convention, security gridlock at Eagle Square as delegates, journalists battle entry hurdles. Then we go back to the Vanguard newspaper, which says cancer, Nigerians share tales of struggles, sacrifice. Cancer, Nigerians share tales of struggles, sacrifice. We're starting this week commentary with the Punch newspaper, which says India clamps down on Nigerians. This headline suggests that authorities in India have taken stricter actions against citizens of Nigeria. These measures could include increased arrests, tighter immigration enforcement, or crackdowns linked to alleged crimes such as fraud and illegal residency. It reflects rising tension or concern over the activities of some Nigerians in India, which may also affect law-abiding citizens through heightened scrutiny or restrictions.
All right. Mr. S, this time around, Nigeria is in the news, India as well. But this is not one of those hearty stories. Nigerians in India being clamped down, Japa, and yet, when we get to this other side, it seems that is not greener.
Yeah, that is part of what is being talked by some section of the society in Nigeria. Let's say wherever you are, you should be content with what you have. Many Nigerians have clamored to leave the shores of Nigeria to seek greener pastures. But unfortunately, it is not as green as you think, or greener than what you have in Nigeria. You see, the Nigerians that have gone to India to study, especially those who went to study and those who are doing other things in India, they have been clamped down. The same thing is not meted on their counterparts from other various African countries. It's just Nigeria. So the Indians know best why they are doing that to Nigerians. But I'm wondering why there must be clamped down. Certain conditions have to change as a result. And somehow, some people claimed that they were told that they should renew visa every 3 months in India. those who are in India. And it means renewing the visa will take about 100 and some fraction thousand, 140 something thousand. And how do you do that? While those from Ghana does with 500 rupees, just about 8,000 naira. But Nigerians, they said, agreed with Indians for that condition to be. Even when Nigerians here, especially the students here, the student body here, protested at the Indian embassy, yet nothing has been done. They are now issuing threats that Nigerian government or Ministry of External Affairs should step in and resolve such a clampdown on Nigerians in India. But it's unfortunate that Nigerians have to be treated that way in a country that we have called our own, because Nigerians have been having very beautiful diplomatic relations with India. They came in here, Indians were invited to come and refurbish our railway system. So there has been this good relationship which Nigeria as a country shares with India. But I'm afraid, I do not know exactly from what point that such situation, which may be termed hostile, began to rear its head, and why it has to be Nigeria. So it's a question that the Ministry of External Affairs, the federal government, will have to look at the diplomatic policies that both countries share and resolve, so that Nigerians who are outside this country, not just India, should be able to have their peace wherever they are.
Yes. Still talking about the diplomatic relationship that Nigeria has with India, a lot of firms, organizations who are working in Nigeria, like when we say foreign companies who are like Dangote Refinery, a lot of Indians from the report are working in Dangote Refinery, and a lot of other people are working in, Indians are working in other places. So the reason why they are bringing in this is just because of the misbehavior, we could say, that has affected other Nigerians who are not into all the things that they are accusing Nigerians for. So I think at the end of the day, we are going to see this as the Nigeria's the federal government going and looking into it, because it is not so right. It is not so right for Indians to have this over Nigeria.
Well, I would say that India remains a major destination for education and medical tourism, especially among Nigerians. So the crackdown, I was listening to some of the Nigerians in India, speaking about their fears and what they have been experiencing recently in India. So some of them said that they feel targeted because they have been experiencing some police brutality, they have been experiencing some high costs in their education. So they're actually calling on the Nigerian government to foster diplomatic and domestic partnership with India as a country. I was listening to one of them in Mumbai, and he said that the level of racial discrimination that he has experienced in his workplace is alarming. So this is a clarion call to the Nigerian government to strengthen that diplomatic ties with India, because India is our friend. We have so much Indians here with us doing business.
And that's where we also go to, I mean, where there's a major operation,
yes,
where there's a major medical issue. That is India. We would always go to.
Yes,
a lot of surgeries that have Nigerians have had that were successful was in India. They had to take the medical trip,
and some that were not successful.
Were not successful.
So it's not about surgery that were successful. There's been medical tourism into India. And of course, you could still do the same tourism across the other nations. But remember that Nigerian doctors are still good.
Yes.
Anyways, when we look at this issue, I suppose we should have a multi-dimensional approach to this issue. And for me, I start by interrogating what is it that is taking Nigerians to those countries. The point remains that we go there for education, we go there for medical tourism, like you've pointed out. And perhaps there are still people who go there for business. And I still ask and raise the issue that when you do the right things, your nationals, your citizens wouldn't have to abandon or look for where to run to. Yes, you ask the question, in the 60s, when we had a thriving economy, where was India? Was Nigerians going to India for education? India was no destination. The destination then was Europe and America. Today, it seems India is more affordable and they have quality in terms of education, in terms of healthcare, prompting Nigerians to run. And I tell you, Nigerians are looking for every opportunity to run away. All you need to do is give the information that you can thrive in this very place and visa is affordable. You will see Nigerians run to that place. Speaking to Japa, when we do the right things, Nigerians will remain in Nigeria. People will not have any cause to discriminate. People will discriminate against you when they know that the nation where you come from has nothing to offer. That's an aspect of it. So, when we do the right thing as a people, when we do what we're supposed to do, build our economy, develop our education system, and you rightly pointed out, we have good doctors. What we're looking for in Sokoto could be in our Sokoto if we improve our system. Now, when we talk about racial discrimination, even in Nigeria, there is ethnic segregation or bias. There's ethnic discrimination in Nigeria. So everywhere in the world, there is a form of discrimination. Then, you now begin to interrogate the issue, the responsibility of our Ministry of Foreign Affairs, sorry. How are they engaging these other people? And on the other way around, yes, somebody was talking about Nigerians behaving well wherever they are. Yes, we need to say that. But the point remains for me, I don't know, you may have different opinion, that if we do not build our system, if we do not build our healthcare, we do not build our education, we do not develop the economy, Nigerians would go to hell if the visa is affordable and they can thrive there.
Well, on that note, I think the Indian governments, they have a good role to play in this because their citizens, they are not all saints in our country. So they should find a way to manage our citizens over there in India. Although I'm not saying they should weaken their own system. Because
I'm not saying that, yes, I'm not exonerating the Indians for doing that. I'm rather laying an emphasis or a foundation. Yes, Indians have a lot of role to play. Our government equally has a role to play. It shouldn't just be for the Indians. There has to be a diplomatic engagement when things like this happen. Indians are working in Nigeria. Over 700 Indians or thereabouts are working Dangote. If you move to other companies and organizations, they are here. Are they misbehaving? These are the questions. There are channels of engagement. One will speak to our nationals to wherever they are, they should obey the laws of that very place. But they shouldn't be exploited. But my point remains that if you do not build your home, if we had done the right things, our nationals will not be molested anywhere in the world. In Ghana, what is our fate? In Angola, what is our fate? Go to Libya, you see number of Nigerians in Libyan prisons. Why? Because a nation with abundance is not doing the right thing. That's just the foundation I'm laying. In all fairness, yes, there has to be an engagement. But beyond that engagement, wherever you find yourself, you need to operate and obey the rules of the land.
But remember, the population of the world are not angels. You know, those who populate the world are not angels. There's no place you go to. There's no place you don't have people that misbehave. Some Indians in Nigeria are arrested, and some are even imprisoned. Some are even found wanting in so many ways. It has happened. So also you will have even Nigerians in India found wanting.
Yes.
There are certainly going to be these problems as far as human interaction happens. So the government should be able to just engage its counterpart in the Nigerian government, and they will sort out these things. But people should not be molested because some people have been found wanted. People, those who have not been found wanted should not be molested, should not be clamped down on, should not be maltreated, should not be discriminated upon, because worldwide, the world has always clamored for a clampdown, the stemming of molestation, discrimination, and all that. We have, when it was Colombia in South Africa, we have in football, where it's a very serious offense for you to discriminate, to begin to say this one is a black, this one is a white, this one is a red Indian, and all that. It's a very serious offense.
Yes.
So, also, the countries of the world should take that particular thing serious, so that people should not be molested. But whoever goes against the law of a land, the law will be brought to face the law among the law. So wherever, if Nigerians in India, Nigeria in India or Nigerians in India misbehave, they should be treated according to the law. But those who have not done anything,
yes,
should not be molested. One, should not be clamped down on, should not be maltreated. You should not begin to give them, the issue of brutality, sadism, and exploitation. I'm talking about exploitation now, where you have to, renew your visa every 3 months and pay a whooping sum of about 147,000 naira. No, it's unfair. Some people from Zimbabwe do not even pay anything to renew theirs. And people from Ghana pay 500 rupees, which is about 8,000 naira to renew. So why the discrimination? Why the exploitation? That is the question that everybody should ask. They should tell us why they are exploiting Nigerians. If they do not want Nigerians to come to the country to learn, especially students, then Nigeria should find better places to go to if they do not want to learn in Nigeria. But I think our educational system is quite improved, especially university education, because you find out that those who school here and did everything here stand the test of time outside Nigeria, anywhere in the world. We have seen that. There's a clear case of people who are professors here sending their counterparts in Japan, in UK, in America, and most part of the world where you think their educational standard is high.
All right, thank you very much. On that note, we would ask Nigerians that before you travel to any nation, you should do the proper checks before you travel to any country. Even amongst Indians, there is discrimination, which is why we need to, do our studies before applying to exit Nigeria for other nations. Having said that, Nigerian government needs to engage its counterparts. But first of all, call on the Indian government to look into this issue and see that Nigerians are not maltreated, discriminated against in their nation. However, I'll call the Nigerian Ministry of Foreign Affairs to look into this matter where Nigerians are seemingly exploited. Renewal of visa every 3 months is unheard of at an exorbitant amount. So they need to engage and see that the Nigerian citizens in India are comfortable, are law-abiding. This is what governments do, and we do not expect less from the Nigerian counterparts.
Or we go back to the Nation newspaper headline, which says APC convention attacks on Electoral Act 2026 disservice to Nigerians. Tinubu said at the All Progressive Congress APC convention, Bola Ahmed Tinubu criticized attempts to undermine or discredit the Electoral Act 2026.
All right, before we get into that conversation proper, let's listen and hear from the man himself at the convention.
We are here to ensure constitutional democracy. And we thank God for what we have been in the last 3 years. 36 years of unbroken freedom, commitment, and democracy. It's not easy without twists and turns. Let me reiterate to those who then lament and misunderstood us. We do not use one-party state. Democracy thrives on vibrant and healthy competition. But we cannot burn the constitutional freedom of association. As a statesman and a political leader, I believe in a credible opposition. One who can challenge, question, and help refine policies. That is how statecraft improves and good governance is achieved. That is how nations advance. While we welcome criticism, the constant attacks by opposition groups on the Electoral Act 2026 are a disservice to Nigerian people. It is public knowledge that process leading to the amendment of the 2022 Electoral Act passed through the crucible of legislative scrutiny, including public hearing. The Electoral Act was passed by overwhelming majority of the members of the National Assembly elected by Nigerian people in accordance with 1999 Constitution as amendment. The Act reflects our collective quest as a nation to strengthen our electoral system and consolidate democratic rule. Therefore, our commitment is to uphold the rule of law, conduct credible elections, and protect the integrity of our elections, and continue to be a stronger, secure, and united country.
You know, it's always wonderful hearing Mr. President speak, the city boy, when he was talking at the APC convention, speaking particularly to the Electoral Act, which to him has passed through the fire of legislative scrutiny and came out to be one of the best documents, that it will be a disservice for the opposition to continue to interrogate the Electoral Act. In fact, he said it's a disservice to the nation. Mr. Rest, I have my reservations, but let me come to you.
Well, that is Mr. President. When they were concocting the Electoral Act, when they concocted, they knew where they were going to. And of course, they will certainly defend it in all its entirety. When Nigerians were demonstrating against it, everybody saw it. The entire world saw them. People came and sat at the National Assembly saying that what has been asked, of course, they went through public hearings. But I wonder why they did not want to want to associate, want to believe in the contributions of the people. Why they don't want to align with the yearnings and collective aspiration of the Nigerian people. That is exactly what they did not do. And now they're saying, yes, it was done through public hearing by the greater majority, of course, democracy of the National Assembly. But has the National Assembly actually conformed to democracy? Have the members gone to their constituents and constituents said this is where they have to go? They only reneged in, aligning with their constituents' demand. That is, I'm wondering, I'm not surprised that Mr. President is defending the Electoral Act. I am not surprised. But it is obvious that Nigerians are disenchanted about the outcome of the Electoral Act Amendment 2026. Nigerians are not happy. And up to today, up to yesterday, Nigerians are still interrogating the validity, why they should go with such an Electoral Act in the present situation where they needed a free, fair, and credible election. But Mr. President is right. He's entitled to his opinion. Of course, he's the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Nigerian Armed Forces. I should be able to say what he believes in. Because after all said and done, he signed that bill into law. And today it's an act. Still, Nigerians are asking that the National Assembly should visit that law.
Is that possible?
Well, that is one of the things I believe is very difficult, very, very difficult. You can't say an impossibility, but at the same time it's very difficult because we do not know what will happen. Do you understand? So let's say through a force majeure, kind of, then you'll be able to say something that act or that law should be revisited somehow. We do not know exactly the circumstances that may arise towards such condition, but for now it's very difficult.
Well, do you align with his arguments a few days ago that the opposition party is trying to bring up a narrative that the APC is trying to maintain a one-party state? Do you concur with such narrative?
How can... Yes! There is no doubt about the fact that the opposition party gradually is trying to push Nigeria into a one-party state. At the end of the day, why did all the governors that came out to other political parties switch over, cross-carpeted to the APC? And today we have 34 governors. Where is the opposition? Where is the opposition going? If you have a structure like that at the federal level, at the state level, how do you survive as an opposition group?
But were they forced? They moved over, not forced. They chose to move over. Is a democracy.
Yeah,
they have the rights.
You may think there are subtle coercions. You may think nobody was forced, but you did not want to.
We do not know of anyone who was forced.
Yes, we do not know.
They all came out singing publicly that they want to align their state to the central.
That was forced, but we do not know exactly how they were lured and how they were wooed into accepting to run with them.
The bottom line is that in democracy they have a right to move.
That the federal government, with all its powers, and of course the president of Nigeria is one of the presidents in the world that has the highest power. That is, exercise highest political power. And when you know that our institutions are not strong enough, our institutions are being used. So when you have people who are trusted with the responsibility of governance and who must have erred in one way or the other, who are waiting to be clamped down by anti-graft agencies. And of course, if you belong to the ruling party, the anti-graft agencies do not come near. They don't care whose horse is God when you belong to their party.
Then that does not give us room to say that the ruling party is turning Nigeria into a one-party state. You give them, it's a party. Politics is all about twisting and twisting. They played into their hands and they capitalized on that. That's politics.
There are two ways to it. You know, politics, they say, is a game of interest.
Yes.
It's a game of interest. So it is about your interest, protection of your interest. Most people are moving because they have certain interests they're trying to protect.
Which is
politics.
politics.
How? What is this interest? Some are even running from being taken after their tenure.
Penalized.
This is assumption.
Accountability.
This is assumption.
I said some.
Assumption.
Yes. It's most likely that some are trying to protect themselves. Some are trying to make more money. Some are, and so on and so on, are trying to make ends meet in terms of
the opposition doesn't make being in opposition beautiful.
Which is also
if the opposition doesn't make being in opposition beautiful, we do not blame the ruling party when people begin to cross carpet. The governors, the whole persons that felt that their interests will be served in APC moved to the APC, and for that we will hold the government of the day accountable on that ground for turning Nigeria into a one-party state. If the opposition put their house in order and gave the people the platform, the opportunity, they wouldn't cross carpet. What did they say? When you look at the PDP, the governors cited the issues in the PDP. They cited the quarrels in the PDP. The house was not in order. When you went to Labour, the leadership of Labour was in court. So, in that situation, what would you do? For those who have interest to protect, who have offices they are eyeing for, they would want to move, go to where they have the opportunity, things are better organized. So they moved. And on that note, we do not accuse the ruling party.
And
the opposition should share in the blame.
You do not believe that the turmoil in these political parties, that there's an undercurrent. For instance,
allegedly?
Yes, whichever way, allege it and allege it. Allege it as many times as possible. But it is glaring that people like the Minister of Federal Capital Territory, who is also serving the APC government, is also still in the PDP, and his own allies came out and alleged that he had told them earlier that he will remain in PDP and hold PDP for the president. So, you see, such allegations are weighty. So, such allegations are weighty. And when you have such weighty allegations, it is upon you to put one and one together or two and two together and begin to come out to your own self-conviction. It is not about any other person.
Mr. Ress.
We are not going to court.
Mr. Ress.
We are not going to defend this.
If I may, Mr. Ress.
There's an undercurrent.
If I may, Mr. Ress.
The problems of these political parties.
If I may, Mr. Ress.
You see,
I think we are on the same line here. The glass is half full and half empty. We are saying the same thing. Where I am headed to is that the opposition have a hand in all this. We keep coming out to accuse the ruling party of wanting to orchestrate one party state when the opposition never put their house in order. You cited the issue of the FCT minister, and I would always use the phrase that he who sows the wind will definitely reap the whirlwind.
Exactly.
When they had the opportunity, speaking to the PDP, if they had taken action, the FCT minister would be nowhere to cause the ripples in the party today. So, having said that, the Labour Party, if the Labour Party stood up, Labour Party as a whole, including the leadership of the Labour Party as at that time that has moved to ADC today, if they had done the needful when they needed Abure wouldn't have the local standing to take the party into a protracted litigation that he had, that created the opportunity for people to begin to exit the various parties.
Tried to resolve it.
When you fail to do the right thing, they had the opportunity. Abure's tenure had long elapsed. It benefited certain interests within the party for Abure to continue. If they had jettisoned what was a breach of the party constitution when Abure's tenure was over, and not, sugarcoat it and allow Abure to continue, despite the interest, they wouldn't have gone into the protracted litigation. Same thing with the PDP. When the FCT minister then constituted the G5 and started what was obviously an anti-party activity, the PDP lacked the courage, because they allowed themselves be hoodwinked into one person funding the party. The sugar was so sweet that when it was time to move their mouth away from the sugar, it was so difficult for them. And that has come, the chicks has come home to roost.
And you have completely said it, that somebody deceived others to take hold of the party. It is not
deception.
Yes.
So, but the word you said is about interest. You said it's all about interest. Politics is about interest. It's about interest. He had his interest,
but he was seen to be benevolent to the party.
Benevolent to achieve his self-interest.
Who is to be blamed?
They had a collective aspiration, and it's like trusted like the fox. You trust people who try to show some level of benevolence
and influence.
And at the end of the day, they now sell out. By the time you realize what is happening to you, you are doomed. That's exactly what is benevolence or not? Benevolence or not? The issue here, like you did state, and let's stand it on his head. You said politics is about interest.
Yes. And every politician, the issue here, if I may, is that the interest here is selfish interest of the politicians. None of them aligns the interest of the nation first. If the interest of the nation is first, you would be able to decipher that the benevolence is less in self-interest. It's quite obvious that the now FCT minister wanted the position of a president, wanted to run for the president, and for that he was positioning the party to align to his interests. So if they had, in the interest of this nation, rejected that, PDP wouldn't be where it is.
No, he had his interest, and they were all playing. But when he came to running the president, he felt that they have smoked him wrongly, because they didn't give him the tickets. That is exactly where he did the Millennium Somersault.
No, but if they didn't, that's the point I'm making. But that's the point I'm making. That's the point I'm making. That's the point I'm making. But that's the point I'm making. When they found out that he sold out, what was the disciplinary action?
He hadn't that vision, ab initio, to sell out.
What was the disciplinary
action? He hadn't that vision to do the things he's presently doing in PDP. He had the vision of using the PDP to climb to become the president.
And when that failed,
when that failed, he thought about other options to pay back those who he felt disappointed.
Then started anti-party activity, which is the point I'm making. And when he started anti-party activities, what did the PDP do?
They couldn't have done anything
why couldn't they?
Of the level he had grabbed the party.
They had every opportunity after the convention. He wanted to be a running mate, and when the opportunity wasn't there, he constituted what was clearly a breach of the PDP constitution, which is the stand of the party was clear on anti-party. The G5 was obviously an anti-party formation.
Was even formed much more before, was born before when he failed his presidential bid. G5 was there.
The anti-party activities, clandestine and metamorphosed obviously to what was obviously against the interest of the PDP, and the party constitution was explicit on when there is an anti-party activity, you either suspend or exercise such individual from the party, irrespective of how highly placed.
Somehow you are trying to say that somehow people don't disappoint others.
No, we are trying to
That's
say.
exactly
We
what
are trying to
trying-
say. We are trying to say that at that
you
point,
believe in, at the end of the day, may finally disappoint you. People you believe in that are focused, that has a vision towards a trusted vision towards the collective aspiration of a people, that they don't disappoint. No, of course they are not angels.
No, the point is that in politics,
and
this is as per this is as per why are we in politics? Why are we in politics? Why are the parties there? Why are we in politics? Why do we have parties? Why do we have political parties? Why do we have political parties?
It is easier said than done.
Did they make an attempt? Was there an attempt to remove him? There wasn't any attempt. Was there an attempt? No, we are in politics. We have political parties whose sole interest is to win power. And you see a party faithful who is aligned against your opportunity to capture power.
But he has galvanized a lot of power in that same party.
Against the party. Of course, the party would have made an attempt. It wasn't at the hierarchy. It was the leadership of the party that decided and voted against his candidacy, his bid to be the presidential candidate of the party. And he turned around, started working against the party. He should have taken action at that point.
Everybody is running to him. If Mr. President at the end of the day decides to make a somersault, he would have disappointed all his followers. And that's exactly what the FCT minister did. He disappointed some of his followers. Some who believes in him continued to follow him wherever he goes. And that's exactly what is happening.
Penalizing or fighting against.
The point here is that when this party of followers and when the party saw obviously that he was working against the party, they failed to take action.
Who is the party? The
Who
party is personified in the party
leadership.
There was a leadership of the party.
Followership,
yes,
power, and resources.
Of course,
he has galvanized that.
Was he the only one? When he stopped funding the party, was the party not there? Were they not in the ballot? No, were they not in the ballot? Then why didn't they give him the ticket? Why did he fail? He failed the primaries. He stopped funding the party. The party went into the election without his funds, and they stood the election, came out from the election, failed the election, refused to take action against him. And the party is in the woods today because they failed to take action when they needed to take action. Let's call a spade a spade. The PDP is the carcass it is today because they were blindfolded into taking action when it was needful.
Well, that's you convinced yourself they were blindfolded.
So if they were obviously not blind, they could have taken action. But the point is that they didn't take action when they were supposed to take action, irrespective of how we want to sugarcoat it. The PDP failed, and they are part of the reason why we will continue to accuse the ruling party of being intending to make Nigeria a one-party state. And I'm saying that we should distribute the blames accordingly. It's not just Mr. President, it's not just APC. The PDP has a hand in it. Yes, the FCT minister is playing to his whims, to his interests, but the opposition political parties, they have a hand in it. And even the coalition equally has a hand in it. Did they stand up to be counted in the moment when the Electoral Act was an issue? We have pockets of individuals from the ADC coming out to stand. Where was ADC? Where was the clarion call? And I link this always when I remember the issue before 2015. I remember the 2015 when this now Mr. President rallied Nigerians at Ojota to kick against a sitting president's decision to remove subsidy. Nigerians gathered. Where is the opposition?
Excuse me. I take exception to the role you said the opposition did not play. I know people like P2B. I know people.
Those are pockets of individual.
No, wait.
Pockets of individual.
Okay, you didn't see the.
I saw P2B as an individual. I saw Aneke as an individual. I saw different people. These are individuals. ADC as a coalition. ADC as a coalition party. Were they there?
Excuse me.
Was ADC there?
Talking about Tinubu at Ojota. Did you see a political party?
Did I?
Not Tinubu as an individual
was able to galvanize.
So I'm now you are.
I saw Lai Mohammed. I saw Lai Mohammed. Yes,
I saw the party individuals
at Ojota coming to make comments.
Exactly.
They gave us a platform. At the opposition, they gave us a platform. These were individuals. There was no ABC. The opposition did not galvanize. We had Nigerians galvanizing themselves.
Had nothing.
We had activists. We had CSOs galvanizing themselves.
See what happened when the House of Representatives passed their own amendment.
What happened?
They passed the amendment with real-time transmission, which was finally upturned. They did a millennium somersault. They had to now come back to sit on it again, just because the almighty power from the presidency has waded into it. How could they, when they already passed, and when they insisted it's going to be that, the section 63, but they automatically came back to sit and then upturned the whole thing. And even when there was a vote, it was a voice vote, and the voice vote, people even protested that the NES had it, but the man said the eyes have it, and so on and so forth. So we know how it was done, and the gavel went up. So when you say democracy, you are talking about number, and they have the number. The APC had the number. They have the number both in the Senate and the House of Representatives. So, and when you said people, up to today, people are still clamoring for that law to be revisited by the National Assembly.
We are speaking to the same issue here. What we are saying is that we do not have a viral opposition as of today. In as much as we want to heap the blame on the ruling party for weighing every other person and trying to turn Nigeria into a one-party state, Mr. Rez, I'm saying that we should distribute it accordingly. The opposition political parties have a hand in this. You are speaking to the National Assembly. What happened in the National Assembly? Granted. But in this nation, we saw a National Assembly as well. We saw a National Assembly that grounded the third term agenda of a then sitting president. They galvanized. Now, speaking to opposition, what I'm saying is that instead of the armchair opposition that we have, where you give us press releases and not able to mobilize the people, and that tells me it's even more worrisome to me to see how this opposition would mobilize Nigerians into 2027 election if they cannot mobilize Nigerians against the interest of the ruling elite, which is when I speak to the Electoral Act amendment, which Mr. President, speaking about it at the ground of the convention, it tells you that obviously they were seeing, they were watching, they were hearing what people are saying. If the opposition had led Nigerians into mounting serious pressure on the leadership of the Senate,
and you think
that law wouldn't have been what it is
let
today.
me ask you.
And when there were little pressure, they did what? Capitulate. They called emergency session where they granted section 60.
Let me ask you.
Transmission in real time, but it would produce.
Let me ask you. Do you think it was the opposition mounting at Ojota with all those people you call that resulted in the failure of the third term agenda?
No, the Ojota was subsidy removal under Jonathan.
No.
Yes, the third term agenda was killed on the floor of the Senate.
Thank you. What will happen in lawmaking can only happen by the legislative house.
Because you have an opposition. Because you have an opposition that knows its role. You have an opposition that knows its role.
You can do if you do not have a number in the National Assembly. The opposition had a number in the National Assembly, and what killed the third term? Was the National Assembly. So nothing could have killed
opposition had a number, but the leading party had majority.
The amendment.
It was a PDP Senate. The PDP was in the majority.
The opposition and
part of the opposition, they killed it.
The running about in the whole Nigeria could not have stopped it if the National Assembly do not want to stop it.
Head or tail, Mr. Rez. The point remains that the opposition will have today shares in the blame of where Nigeria finds itself politically as a state. give or take, that the leading political party, the APC, wants everybody in their fold, because we do not have virile opposition that has challenged, that has given Nigerians alternative to vent their acts against the leadership. They will have their way, they will continue to have their way, because the opposition are not living up to the test of opposition. The only political party that we have today that has a semblance of life is the coalition, the ADC. And I tell you, the ADC, we are still watching to see what the
ADC is just coming together. This is a political.
How long will it take them to come together? Because when APC was in that position, they were shooting
together in Anambra gubernatorial election. No, they had no showing. They were coming together at the FCT election. They didn't no showing.
Lost election.
Now, talking about the structure of ADC, do you think this structure can compete favorably with a big fish like APC?
That's exactly what I was trying to analyze. You have a structure, the APC structure is very formidable, very strong. And that's exactly what I'm telling you. The opposition is still building. The opposition is still putting their ass together.
How long?
The opposition, how long? How many months ago? No, tell us.
Right.
How many months ago?
Right.
4 months now. The opposition came into being 4 months now. And even the big fish and top-notchers of the opposition, some of them even, entered the opposition just last month. So you expect them to do the marvels immediately.
All right. What matters is that Nigeria should be the focal point here. The opposition, yes, they are just coming together, but we'll need more from the opposition. Democracy thrives when you have a very virile opposition, and that is what we demand from the opposition. Today, as it may be, the ADC, the coalition, seems to be the leading opposition in Nigeria, and we are asking that instead of laying blames here and there, that they should stand up, especially when it matters most, to be counted. And for the ruling party, the APC, they should equally do everything possible to see that democracy does not die in Nigeria by upholding the tenets of the rule of law and the rule of engagement. Yes, people have the right and the will to move to whichever party they so deem, but people should not be coerced into joining any political party. As the politics of 2027 continue to unravel through this journey of convention and congresses in 2026, we hope that after all said and done, that the interest of Nigeria is paramount, that our politics is such that will benefit the citizens of Nigeria. Nigeria can be better if we have a leadership that thinks Nigeria first. And this is where we'll call it a day on the week in retrospect. And Mr. R.S. Arum has been with us. Thank you for this fire this morning.
Thank you. And, remain blessed. And of course, this is weekend. Viewer, follow us on our handles and keep watching Aneke TV.
Yes, and with us is Gerard Odo, who is equally our guest on the week in retrospect, but turns anchor.
Yes, trying to galvanize the two ideas brought me into a win situation.
All right. I am Uche Osai. Stay informed. Keep watching Aneke TV. It will come your way same time.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Have a lovely weekend. Goodbye for now.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV. Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten. Context does. Analysis does. Perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power. Discernment is advantage. Awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Hello and welcome to Health Matters on Aneke TV. I am your host, Sharon Uchi. Health is often described as wealth, but what happens when the funding that sustains life-saving healthcare is suddenly reduced? On this program, we break down pressing issues, speak with experts, and provide practical guidance to help you live healthier, better, and longer. This is Health Matters, where your health comes first. We'll go on a short break now. Stay with us.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Today we are examining a critical and timely issue. We are going to talk about the impact of USA funding cuts and HIV care in Nigeria. For years, global partners such as USAID and PEPFAR, the US President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, have played a vital role in supporting HIV treatment, testing, and prevention across the country. However, recent reductions in funding have raised serious concerns about the sustainability of these services and the well-being of millions who depend on them. Joining us today is Chinedu Ndufechi, Program Manager at Access to Good Health Initiative.
Yes.
Welcome, sir. Now, let's start from the basis. What exactly is USAID, and especially in Nigeria?
All right, so USAID is a funding organization that is based in the US, or rather run by the US government. So it is meant to give international aid to maybe African countries and other underdeveloped countries. And then part of what they fund is in the aspect of health. So in Nigeria, they are funding health, specifically HIV and probably primary health care. So that is basically what they are doing here in Nigeria. So what they do is that they fund this project, not directly to the CBOs, but they give it to the implementing partners. That is what we call them. So for the implementing partners, we have like Caritas, then we have AQs and others. So this money gets to AQs, and then the AQs plan the money and then give it to the CBOs that will be implementing for different communities, in the state. So that is that's the structure.
Okay, we are discussing on HIV, how they make funding in HIV care in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And HIV is not really something a lot of people know really about. We notice that HIV awareness campaign are usually not made regularly, so it makes a lot of people not know much about it, which they end up being misinformed or misguided. So we'd just like to know what really this funding does in the aspect of HIV, especially in Nigeria.
All right, when it comes to HIV funding, so HIV funding goes into different things. So there are different ways to program for HIV. Firstly is by giving the money to the CBO to first of all do what we call prevention. So prevention is one of the ways that we take care of HIV, because in as much as we are looking at the people that already have HIV, taking the life-saving medication, which is the ART, we are also looking at the people that are not positive, remaining negative, and then for also in the aspect of HIV, we also have the treatment and management. So in the aspect of treatment and management, those people that are already positive to HIV are taking the life-saving medication for them to remain negative. And this life-saving medication, there is a way that is being given to them. So a lot of money have to be paid, maybe to the hospital that will be hosting those persons, the medication they take, which is very, very costly. And then for those people to come, there are tests that will be done, things like viral load, to be sure that this medication is working. Because when this medication is given to an individual, it takes a time for them to know, is this actually working? Do we need to change this variation and give this person another variation? So these are all that is done. And then every community have a particular way that is implemented for them. For the key population, they do what we call moonlight testing. So we've discovered that these people that are not always out in the day, that they are probably out in the night. So why not do moonlight testing where you will get them more? And then for human rights education, for for sexual and reproductive health education too, this is also done with that same money. And then in the issue of those people that are coming to take the medication, you have to educate them, because someone discovering that they have HIV is a whole lot of issue. And then when the person is starting to take the medication, there are lots of changes that will begin to happen in the person's body. So they also create an avenue for these people to come together and then talk about this issue. So what are you facing? You are taking this medication. What are you facing? I am taking this medication. What am I facing? So let's talk about it. So this happened to you. How were you able to handle it? This has happened to me. This is how I am able to handle it. As a HIV positive person, how are you living your life? How has this impacted? So when people come together to talk about this, they will see that, oh, this issue is not just about me, but it's also about other persons, and then everybody is facing this issue. So this is also forming part of what the money is used for. So it's not just maybe lesson and all that. So there are many ways that this money is being channeled into. Also in the aspect of buying condoms can be distributed for the MSM. For the PWID, syringe therapy can be given. Counseling can be given. You cannot talk about health without talking about rights. So you have to provide a lawyer that if these people's rights are violated, they can come. Because when you talk about HIV, you're also talking about rights. If my rights are violated constantly, it can lead me to, activities that may endanger me to get HIV. Okay. So there are so many ways that this money can be channeled into.
Okay. So you talked about something. You said something on how they take this medicine to remain negative, right? Can you rephrase that? I would like you to explain. Does it mean that when they take this medicine, they cannot be infected? Although they come in contact
Yes. So there's what we call PrEP.
Okay.
So there is PrEP, what we call pre-exposure prophylaxis. So PrEP is what is given to HIV negative individuals. Okay. So they take this constantly for them to remain negative, even though they come in contact with HIV.
Okay.
So what we call it is called a daily pill that you have to take. But recently there has been new developments where you can now take an injection once in 6 months, and then it takes you for 6 months, and then you take another one after 6 months. So like twice in a year. So these are new developments that we have. We also have another one where we call the PEP, which is the post-exposure prophylaxis. So these ones are taken by maybe, I've had sex with someone, I discovered that this person is HIV positive, and I feel like I may be infected. So within 72 hours, you take the PEP. The PEP is going to kill the HIV if it's in your body. So you take it for 30 days, and then after 30 days, after 3 months rather, you have to run tests, and then after that test, you now check, was I infected or was I not? So this is also used by healthcare workers. So if you are a healthcare worker, you come in contact with many persons, and then in the process of handling needle and other sharp objects, you may get pricked and all that. So you need to take this the PrEP for you to ensure that even if the HIV got into your body, it does not manifest and start affecting you.
Okay. Now I would just like to know, how safe is this medication? Because we notice that most times a lot of medications like this end up being the infected medicine. Like most times, for instance, during COVID-19, a lot of people discovered that the vaccine was really the virus. So how safe is this medication?
Right. So I've been in this space for quite some time. So I wouldn't say very long time. But for the little time I've been in this space, I've not discovered, someone that got HIV by taking those medications to prevent HIV. And I've equally not seen someone that, maybe died as a result of taking those pills. When you take medication constantly, there are organs in your body that it's going to affect. So it's left for you to know how to take care of yourself. So the people are advised to take this PrEP if you know that you're going to be at risk of HIV within this particular period of time. I'm going to the village, I have like 3 girlfriends in the village or 3 boyfriends in the village, I know I'm going to meet this person. Let me take this PrEP within this period of time that I'm going to be at risk. There are also female sex workers. I'm not in, I know they game this time. Oh, let me leave this medication for now. Okay, let me go and write my exam and come back. And then now I'm in the game. Why not take, this medication, right? There is also other persons like people who inject drugs, they share needle within themselves. So there are many ways, and people are advised to take this medication when you feel that it is important and not, in a way that is going to endanger you.
Okay. So moving on, I would like to continue. Now, over the years, how dependent has Nigeria been on support like this for HIV care?
Nigeria has been heavily dependent on support from international organizations. So from the look of things, the Nigerian government is not currently funding HIV prevention and HIV care.
Okay.
So it is majorly done by international organizations like the one you mentioned, PEPFAR, USAID. So they are the ones that are currently funding this, the management, the prevention, and then the management of HIV in Nigeria.
Okay.
So although the government is planning to take over, we've not seen that, but I hope it's materialized in the future.
Okay. So would you say many Nigerians even realize how much of our healthcare system is on foreign funding?
Well, I wouldn't say they know, because people are beginning to maybe act, maybe should I say, out of ignorance, and then they don't actually know what is going on in the background, right? So there are so many processes, there are so many things that are done for this medication to come, and these medications are not cheap. A bottle of ARV, I heard maybe up to maybe 150,000 naira, but these things are given for free.
Okay.
And then when these things are given for free, it will seem as if you are begging someone to take care of their health. And when you do that, it will seem as if it is anybody's right. It is not. So this funding are not coming from Nigeria. Someone is providing the money for this. And then at the end of the day, you are not even aware that this money is not actually coming from your government, and you're not even contributing anything towards that. So I don't think Nigerians are aware of the person that is organizations that are funding this, and they just know that, oh, once I get here, I'm going to take my medication, and then I'm going to take them. And then there are also other tests that they provide, like the recency tests, the blood counts and others, to help, because when you're taking the medication, you have to constantly be testing to see, is the medication working? How is it affecting my body? Are my organs being damaged and others? And then we can see, are we removing you from this variation and giving you another variation? So it's a whole lot of things that is done. And then you can't even talk about the manpower, because for this to happen, people need to be employed, spaces need to be rented, buildings need to be erected, and others. So it's a whole lot. And I don't feel that people are aware of the processes that are involved.
Okay. So you said you talked about how Nigerians, you don't think they are aware. So what do you think will make us, the Nigerians, aware? And also, you said you don't know if the government will do anything, is doing anything about it. So what is the hope of the HIV patients?
Well, the hope is that government is not actually going to maybe keep quiet.
Okay.
And then even the international organizations are saying that, what they are stopping is prevention. They're not going to stop the life-saving medication which they normally give, which is the main ART. So for now, prevention is on stop. Nobody's doing prevention anyway, So it is only the life-saving medication, which is the ART, that is given to people. So I don't know, what is going to happen in the future. So we just have to witness it. But I believe that this medication would still be provided for persons that are taking them, and that's all.
Okay. So based on the aspect of Nigerians not really realizing what this how much our healthcare system relies on foreign funding, so can you give us like a practical example on that?
Okay, so let's say for instance that I'm a father, and then I have kids, and then I don't have money to take care of my kids' education, and then someone from maybe I'm a man from another family sees my kids and say, oh, these kids are so bright, I love them, oh, why not I pay for their fees, right? So that is just the way it is, right? These international organizations are the ones that are funding in the aspect of HIV, so they are heavily investing in HIV. Maybe they are doing this as a way to help African countries, because maybe African countries have other problems that they need to face, and then maybe this health issue is not really important to them at the moment.
Okay.
Right? That is how I see. So Nigerians are enjoying from the benevolence of the American government.
Okay.
So the foreign governments are the ones that are funding, not just HIV. They're also funding other aspects of health and also other aspects of human rights intervention in Nigeria. So that is just the way the whole thing looks.
Okay, so what would you say to Nigerians to make them know that this is where the funding is coming from?
Well, anybody that reads, anybody that sees things should be able to know, because when Trump was sworn into office last year, I think February last year or so, he made a declaration that they are stopping, the funding that they are giving. They are pulling us from World Health. They are doing this. They are doing that, and that has drastically affected the implementation we have here in Nigeria. So if someone was going to the clinic, right, there are some clients that go to the clinic. They do their test, and then it's come. They maybe people that are already taking the medication. They do their test to know if the virus is still undetectable in their blood. And then this test comes out in a very short period of time. They will call them, oh, your result is out. They will tell you, what now? Those things have changed. It's no longer that way. So you go to the facility, you run this test. You have to wait multiple months for the result to come out. And then you will be the one to be calling, oh, how far is my result out? Is my result out? So these are the issues that are coming up. Now, in the aspect of HIV prevention, there is no HIV prevention again. There are things that are done in HIV prevention. One of them is PrEP. There is no PrEP available. It is only at UNTH that you get PrEP now. And that is also being funded by another international organization.
The medication is not for prevention.
The PrEP medication is for prevention, but it is only at UNTH that you get that preventive medication in Enugu State now.
Okay.
And it is also funded by another organization that is not in Nigeria.
Okay.
Right? So before people will be begging you, oh, come and test. Nobody is testing anybody again. Right? So unless you walk up to the facility and say, oh, I feel like I have need for this, or the doctor has referred you. But before, people that are working in the community can be chasing you, oh, come, let me do your test, all those kind of stuff. But those things are no longer available. Condoms used to be very, very rampant everywhere, right? But these days, who has condom to give you, right? The lubricant used to be very, very available, but now it is no longer the way it used to be, right? So people are now seeing that, oh, this thing is not actually my right, though. Like, this thing is given to me as, maybe as a favor, and then I need to start to appreciate these things, So some clients have also been moved from the place they're taking medication to maybe another facility. Maybe they have closed down this facility. And then there is a place that is called the OSS in Enugu here, which is also available in all the states in Nigeria. So the OSS is called One Stop Shop. So that One Stop Shop houses the key population. Now the name have changed from One Stop Shop to something, community center, something, right? So this is changes that are gradually happening, So you can no longer claim, key population can no longer claim ownership of the OSS because the name have changed, and they have said that anybody can come there, access care, and even the key population can also be linked to any facility.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Now, we have been talking about the funding itself and everything, and what really it's doing in Nigeria and how it's affecting Nigerians, and how Nigerians don't really know what it is. So we need to dive into the topic itself. Now we are talking about the impact of the funding cost, in Nigeria. So now that funding is reduced, what is the first thing that actually is affected?
The first thing that is being affected is in the aspect of prevention.
Okay.
So prevention is one of the key ways to tackle the issue of HIV.
Okay.
So there's a target of 95, 95, 95, which shows that by the year 2030, that they want 95% to be tested, 95% that are positive to be in care, 95% that are in care to, be undetectable and all that. Okay. But this is no longer going to be achievable because testing has stopped a long time ago. People are not being tested. Why new infections are happening? Those people are not being tested. They are not being linked to care.
So why are people not being tested?
Because there is no fund to support testing.
Okay.
So when there is no fund to support testing, testing will not happen.
Okay.
Right? So this is one of the effects. Now, the second thing is that it's going to affect all the progress that has been made. When people are not tested, it is going to show, it is going to be in such a way that efforts that has been made is going to be like nothing has been done.
Okay.
Because the people that are supposed to be tested, and then maybe the people that have gotten the virus are supposed to be tested linked to care so that they will start taking the medication and not infect other people. They are going around living their life because nobody has tested them. Nobody have told them that, you know, this is what is happening. You need to stop this. You need to stop that. You know, so there are many things that are happening, you know, at the background, and these two are like, you know, the most.
Okay. So now with all these effects you've just mentioned, how do you think that would start affecting patients?
Yeah, patients will be affected in the sense that if the ARV medication is not available, there is nothing for you to take because ARV medication is taken every day.
Okay.
So you have to take one pill every 24 hours. So when you don't have something to take, that means the virus will start, you know, working on your body and things will start happening to you. So it is this is one of the reasons that, you know, they take this medication every day, and when it is not available, there is nothing for you to take, right? And then in the aspect of people that are not being tested, so there are going to be numerous new infections, you know, and then when these new infections come up, if there are also no medication for them to take, we are going to go back in the ages of AIDS, because it starts with HIV and then it migrates into AIDS, right? So this is how, you know, this is how it's going to happen. So the important thing is that these medications are available, the treatments are there and everything. And then when these things are not available, it continues to trickle down. It continues to affect the society. When maybe your loved one is very, very sick, they take the person to the hospital, they tell you, oh, this person is down with AIDS. Once they enter the stage of AIDS, it's very, very irreversible. You know, so this is going to be the effect on patients.
Okay. So we have talked about how the funding has affected patients, the fact that they cannot be tested due to the funding has been reduced. So let's talk about people living with HIV. What happens when their treatment is disrupted?
Yeah, for people living with HIV, when their treatment is disrupted, it seems as if they have not even done anything before. So the medication, like I've said before, is supposed to be taken every 24 hours. And when you stop taking it, the virus starts taking over your body like it was doing when you were not taking the HIV medication, right? So that is why it is important that, you know, this medication is taken constantly. So this is going to, the effect is that those people, the HIV is going to affect them in numerous ways. It's going to give them other infections, because when HIV is not taken care of, your body opens up. You know, the immunity in your body reduces, and then it cannot fight other infections that are coming in.
Okay. So you, like you just said, when people stop taking their medication, especially HIV patients, it affects them in the sense that it can attract a lot of infections, which you mentioned AIDS. So we would like to move ahead. Are patients already experiencing difficulties accessing their medication?
At the moment, I wouldn't say it is so much of a difficulty. You know, there are some places that are still open. It's just that maybe someone may be transferred, or you are taking your medication in a particular place. They've been told you, okay, you have been moved from that facility to another facility. You know, that can be very, very uncomfortable, because going to a new facility means, you know, seeing new faces. Seeing new faces shows more people knowing that you are living with HIV, right? So that is, you know, part of the difficulty that people are experiencing. And then for those people living with HIV, for example, a female sex worker, maybe who is working in a brothel, and then the police can come for a raid, and then normally when the funds were there, you can easily call on a lawyer who stays at the OSS for the person to, oh, I was arrested, or can you come and bail me? You know, it is a free service. Not just that it is a free service. This lawyer will come there. He already knows that this is the work you do. You're a sex worker, or maybe you are a gay man, or maybe this is what you do. So they are not going to, you know, start criticizing you. But when these free legal services are not even available, and you still, as a sex worker, or maybe as a gay man who is marginalized, you don't have money to pay for a lawyer, this is going to affect you. So you can be in the police for days, and you cannot even tell them, oh, I have a medication that I take every day, for them to give you, because once you say that, it's going to form a very big problem, and it's also going to, you know, heighten the way that they see you, and also, you know, make you look differently from the way things are. So these are part of the challenges that we are facing.
Okay. Now, based on these difficulties they are facing, can you like give a life example that you've heard or experienced?
Okay, for me, for the examples I've heard, it's just this issue of transferring patients from a particular place that they were taking their medication to another location where they may not be very, very comfortable taking those, going there to say, oh, I have this or that. And then there are some, some tests that are supposed to be done that are no longer happening. Right, and then there are some preventive other things that are given to them. So they're supposed to be given maybe enough condom. These condoms are no longer available. Lubricants, they are no longer available. So these are the issues that people are facing. And then the issues of human rights violations, just like I've told you, human rights intervention is no longer available, and then this is going to heighten the area of human rights violation.
Okay, so with this funding reduced, in the health care side, how are hospitals and clinics coping with these changes?
Okay, so what the USAID have done is that they say they will stop the preventive aspects, and then Caritas is also saying that they are going to stop a program for HIV, I think by the end of this month. So the month has not ended, so we don't know what is going to happen. So what they have done practically is that they have reduced their staff. So normally in an office that used to have maybe 16 staffs, is now having, let's say, 5 staff. So you can still imagine from 15, they are removing up to 10 staffs, up to 11 rather say, they're removing 11 staff. So these 11 people, maybe they were supposed to reach this amount of persons, but you cannot in any way compare what 11 persons would do, to what 5 persons are going to do, or to what 16 persons are going to do, to what 5 persons are going to do. So these things are very, very, the margin is very big, right? So what these facilities are doing now is that they are, the people that have the money, they are reducing, how they bring out the money. So Caritas is reducing their staff. They are reducing the activities that they are doing. The moonlight testing I told you about is no longer something, they don't do it again. The staffs are reduced. The support group sections are reduced. Maybe they did not entirely reduce, but the number is reduced. So these are, some of the impacts, some of the things that are happening. And then something that maybe 2 persons should have been doing, it is now 1 person is doing it. Or maybe a task that is meant for 5 persons, 1 person is now doing it. So these are the issues that we are facing. And then when this happens, it's going to affect the quality of service that someone receives. When people go to the facility, instead of them to maybe spend 30 minutes that they have been spending, they are going to spend more time because maybe the persons that are supposed to attend to them have been laid off, something like that. So these are the issues.
Okay, thank you very much for those valuable insights. Thank you so much, our guest. And we come to the end of today's edition. Remember, informed decisions are often the foundation of healthier living. I remain your host, Sharon Uchi, and this is Health Matters on Aneke TV. See you next time.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
The eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Across Nigeria, from bustling cities to quiet rural communities, one institution has endured the test of time: the traditional leadership. Long before modern governance structures emerged, these institutions were the heartbeat of society, providing leadership, justice, and social cohesion in ways that remain indispensable to this day. Traditional institutions are not merely ceremonial. They are custodians of Nigeria's rich and diverse cultural heritage. From the Obas of Yoruba land, the Emirs of the North, to the Igwe and Obi of Igbo land, traditional rulers preserve centuries of customs, language, festivals, and rituals. They ensure that the stories, values, and identity of their people are not lost in a rapidly changing world. What sets these institutions apart is their organic legitimacy. Unlike elected officials whose authority depends on periodic votes, traditional rulers derive their influence from ancestry, community consent, and deeply rooted cultural norms. This legacy makes them trusted arbiters, moral authorities, and stabilizing forces within their communities. Their position above partisan politics allows them to mediate dispute and guide society with a unique combination of wisdom and authority. At the grassroots level, traditional institutions are indispensable for governance and social order. They resolve dispute, manage land and chieftaincy matters, and act as intermediaries between local communities and government policy. In rural areas where formal structures are often distant or overstretched, the presence of these leaders ensures continuity, fairness, and accessibility in governance. Beyond mediation, traditional rulers are catalysts for development. They mobilize communities for education, healthcare, and infrastructure projects, while acting partnerships from government and private entities. Their influence ensures that development initiatives are participatory, culturally appropriate, and sustainable. In this way, traditional leadership becomes a force for progress as well as preservation. Traditional institutions also play a vital role in maintaining security by leveraging local knowledge and community networks. Rulers provide essential intelligence and oversight, collaborating with security agencies to prevent and mitigate conflicts. Their involvement strengthens community resilience and reinforces the social contract between citizens and the state. Equally important is the moral and ethical dimension of traditional leadership. These institutions instill values of respect, integrity, communal responsibility, and peaceful coexistence. In a society grappling with ethical and social challenges, the guidance of traditional rulers remains a vital instrument for fostering discipline and virtue. In a nation as diverse as Nigeria, traditional institutions serve as a bridges of unity. They manage ethnic and cultural diversity, promote dialogue, and encourage mutual respect, while preserving distinct local identities. Through their wisdom, they help maintain harmony and stability across communities that might otherwise be divided. The traditional institution is far from a relic of the past. It is a dynamic, enduring pillar of Nigerian society, a custodian of heritage, a mediator of peace, a driver of development, and a moral compass for generations. To harness Nigeria's full potential, there must be deliberate integration of these institutions into governance and national development strategies. For in preserving the past, guiding the present, and shaping the future, traditional leadership remains at the very heart of Nigerian life.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Hello squad, welcome to another edition of Teens Fun Hub, coming your way on Aneke TV. This is your favorite teen zone where we bring you loads of exciting, engaging and interesting packages. We've got the entertainment gist, the discussion segment, the health tips to keep you informed, and also a game segment to keep the fun going. Don't go anywhere. Remember, you can follow us on our social media platforms on Instagram, Facebook, X, TikTok, YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a short break. Welcome back. If you're just joining us, this is Teens Fun Hub, and we're going to dive in straight for the entertainment gist. Don't go anywhere.
Hey my lovelies, and welcome to the entertainment gist segment here on Teens Fun Hub. And remember, we bring to you the hottest, latest and sweetest, or let's just call it juiciest gist here on Teens Fun Hub. Let's dive right into it. You know, Nollywood marriages are, getting so complicated lately. I mean, it's one thing getting married, and then it's another thing getting married to an actor or an actress. Because me, I cannot really take that, because you have to have the morale to marry an actor or an actress. I'm talking about Bamike and Teddy A's marriage. Aside from them, there is Etim Effiong and Toyosin's marriage, and then there is Frederick Leonard and Peggy's marriage. Their marriage is starting to crumble with so many rumors from netizens, surrounding their marriage. I mean, it's very much toxic. Let's talk about Bam Bam and Teddy A's marriage. Well, Uzo Arukwe came online and he cleared the air and said that he only knew Bam Bam from the set of Love in Every Word, that was his first time setting his eyes on her, and they had nothing going on, although the rumors had it that Uzo Arukwe impregnated Bam Bam. That was a juicy one, no, anyways. The marriage is literally falling apart, but they are my favorite couple, actually, so I pray that they will resolve whatever issue that there is. And then Etim Effiong and Toyosin's marriage. Well, Etim said that the marriage between the both of them are a partnership. Yes, marriage is a partnership, but the way he put it, it was as if he was, in fact, he was already cheating on the wife, like boldly cheating on the wife. That one is a no-no for me. Then Frederick Leonard and Peggy's marriage. Frederick is already considered an Ashawo man you know. Allegedly, I'm not, you know, Then Peggy, they said she already had things with politicians in the past before she got married to Frederick. But today, the marriage is actually collapsing because both of them are literally cheating on themselves. Well, that is that for that. I present to you another gist. Elon Jessica, a very beautiful, fair Snow White. She's like a damsel. I mean, if you see this lady, she's very, very pretty. But unfortunately for her, her BBL went wrong. There were so many complications that she died out of it. Rumors have it that she already had a first cosmetic surgery before in the past. But then she wanted more, she wanted to enhance her beauty more, perfect it. That's you understand that kind of a thing. So yes, she went for the second one. And meanwhile, many clinics already rejected or her plans on going for another another surgery for her butts. But and then she was like, she went to a said clinic and had it. Her bum. Let's not talk about what happened, because what happened was not just tragic. It was I can't even explain. Just go and watch that video. All the very, very terrible. Now, to my fellow women, I don't know why Chineke Nakecherege gave you a very nice body and all of that. A gachawa extra. BBL is good and it's bad, but I won't advise my girlies to go for it. Rock your natural body. It has, it's good being natural. Do you understand? Yes. So that is that for that. Thank you and see you next time on the next segment.
That was a juicy gist we just got from Norma. Una too like gists. Una too like gossip.
Hey my lovelies, and welcome to the game segment. On today's segment, we are going to be playing a very interesting game. And the game is make a sentence with the last word the other person stopped with. And the rules of the game is after 5 seconds and you are not able to make any sentence, you leave. So stay tuned because this is going to be fun. Nigerians are very crazy. Crazy people everywhere.
Everywhere I go, I think about you. You are pretty.
Pretty girls are born in September. September is my favorite month.
Months are 12 in a year.
Year in, year out. All I think about is you.
You are my favorite person. Persons are everywhere. No. That's wrong English. No.
It's so correct. Which one is persons are everywhere?
Okay.
Your time is going.
It's better with people are everywhere. Think.
Out. Yes,
okay.
Sorry.
Or she's fat.
Wow. Fat is a class of food.
Yes.
Food make me happy.
Happy is the girl that marries you.
Girl, marry me.
But you will not talk.
Girl, can get married. Girl.
Your time is going.
You are beautiful.
You are.
Yes,
Girl marries
you.
Beautiful people are everywhere. Yes.
Everywhere I go, I think about you.
You are the nicest person I ever met.
Met met you on September.
September is my birthday.
Birthday parties are very, very interesting. Now, birthday is a word now. Parties are
Repeat what you said.
Birthday parties are very fun to attend.
Attend the best birthday ever. I'm telling you to attend the best birthday ever.
Okay. Ever since I was born, I've been a pretty girl.
Oh! Girl, you are looking hot.
Hot water can damage the body. I will slap you. Stop. Stop stressing me. The body.
Body motion is the movement of the body.
But then I meet 5.
Body is good.
It doesn't make sense.
Body.
Body.
You can go.
Body na meat pie. I can say body is made up of flesh. That's it.
It makes sense.
My sister is forever young.
Young girls are pretty.
Pretty ladies are my favorite.
Favorite songs, I enjoy them. Favorite color. Favorite color is
you can say, wow, that was an amazing time. Hope you enjoyed the game because I did. And the game was so interesting that they were even laughing. They didn't even know what next to say. Well, maybe let's just say because I left. That was why, it just ended like that. But promise you next week, we are going to have a winner. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Join us next week on the game segment. Thank you.
Now moving on to the next is the shout out segment where we give a heartfelt shout out to the celebrants of the day. Any celebration is our priority. Your birthdays, anniversaries, wedding anniversaries, your matriculations, whatever it may be, we give you a heartfelt shout out here in the studio. Today's shout out goes to 3 important personalities that are celebrating their birthdays. We've got them from some anonymous person. The first person is Ruth Ozo Okafor, who is celebrating her birthday. Happy birthday to you, Ruth. Anonymous wishes you the very best you can get in life. Anonymous wishes you long life, prosperity, and every good thing you can get. This is your best year yet. Happy birthday to you, Ruth Ozo Okafor. The next person we have on the list is Oriaku Onyinye. Happy birthday to you, Oriaku Onyinye. Chinaza wishes Oriaku Onyinye a happy birthday, long life and prosperity. She wishes you every good thing you have prayed to God for and that the Lord answers your secret prayers. Happy birthday to you, Onyinye Oriaku. The next we have on the list is Oluchi Aneke. Happy birthday to you, Oluchi Aneke. We wish you long life, prosperity, and every good thing you want in this life. Amen to your secret prayers. Increase, live large, excel, and age gracefully. Happy birthday to you, Aneke Oluchi. And that's all for the birthday shout out here on Teens Fun Hub. Remember, you can reach out to us in the studio with the number 081 0014 5125. I'll call again, 081-0014-5125. We will give a big shout out to your loved ones and make them feel special. Let's move on to the next segment, which is the discussion segment. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome to another edition of the discussion segment. I am here in the studio with lovely, pretty and intelligent teenagers who join me to do justice to today's topic. First we have Callista. Callista, you're welcome to the show.
Thank you.
And secondly, we have Norma. Norma, you're welcome to the show.
Thank you and enjoy the rest of the show.
All right, let's dive in proper. So today's topic is something you might have actually thought about sometime in your life while growing, maybe when you were still a kid before you became a teenager, or any time in your life. Maybe there was a time you thought about, you know what, when I become a parent myself, I'll not do this, I'll not do that. Well, come closer. Today, we're going to talk about those things you would do and you will not do. So today's topic is what we titled Being a Parent, or what you can actually call if you were a parent, the things you would do and the things you would not do. So let's dive in proper. What do we think being a parent entails? Let's start from there.
Okay, parenthood is simply the responsibility of taking care of your children, grooming them to become responsible adults.
Okay.
So basically, that's what parenthood means.
Grooming them.
Yeah. Training them. The goal is to become responsible responsible adults. Yes.
All right. Now, what's your perspective of parenting?
My own perspective of parenting is when you are able to train someone else as you have been trained. Do you understand? I think that's just what it is. And then what she said as well.
Okay, what if you were not trained so well? What if you were not trained properly?
Then you do better.
Okay, because you know some people, they did not become who they are because of the training, the parental training they got. Some of them became who they are today because of the self-discipline, the processes they endured, right?
True.
So
Exactly.
for you guys, it's just grooming a person. Really?
Yeah, yes.
So don't you think parenting should also entail, okay, anyway, I think they're all the same. I was going to say something about friendship between parents and the children they are grooming. You know, there is a state of grooming where your parent is just so autocritic, and there's actually another state where your parent is more loving, more calm. There are different kinds. Yes. So don't you think that is also...
When you can't take care of somebody, a person who you don't like, and I said that parenthood involves taking care of somebody, then the grooming part. You are saying that you are talking about loving the child or anything, so you can't really take care of a person that you don't love. That's the simple truth.
I don't mean like the love part. Of course, they all love our parents. They love us so much. But there are situations where your parents are grooming you with this soldier kind of attitude. It's as if they don't tend to, sit down to, take some time to wear your shoes. That's the word. They had their own time, the Gen Alphas, and this is Gen Zs, and it's more like they are using their own method of parenting towards us. And in our own parenting, most of us really love, soft touch and friendship things. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. Okay, I believe there is something my friend told me. I can't remember how he said it, but he said that at each stage, okay, I think he said from 1 to 4, your child is not your friend. That's how he said it, and it really made sense to me.
Okay.
But I think he said from 18, that's when the child becomes your friend. That's when you can, by that time, because the earlier age is the training stage. That's when you tell your child, you don't start training a child at 18. You're wasting your time. Honestly.
Because that
So
person can
true.
already choose his or her path.
Yes. So the earlier stage, you don't do all those friendship stuff. You need to discipline that child, train the child properly, tell the child what he or she is about to enter into. But when you start at that young age to do friendship, not like you hate,
I get you.
not like you hate your child,
I
but
get.
at that point, you don't tolerate everything.
Just discipline.
Yeah, discipline.
So how did you like the discipline?
It's not always sweet, but at least we are happy about that today. When you look back, you're just, at that point, it wasn't sweet. You just feel like your parents hate you.
Exactly. Thank God, praise the Lord. Okay, so let's look on to the next question. So from your own perspective, how do you qualify a good parent? So what are the qualities you see in a parent that you're like, you're a good parent? You know,
Okay.
what are those things?
A good parent for me, he must be a good listener. Don't just judge without listening to me. You must be supportive. Even if you mustn't be a millionaire to support me. You can support me with your kind words, encouragement, prayers. Yes, you must be supportive. You must be friendly too. Then supportive also means supporting what I like, my talents. You don't choose for me, allow me to choose. Then you can just balance it with your advice. But don't force me into what I don't want to go into, because you feel like you have authority over me. Some parents are like that. They feel like I'm your mother.
Is the one I choose.
Yes. You must be a barrister because that's what I want you to be. But it's not right. Yes.
So what do you have to say about this last point? I mean, they should not choose for you. Well, in this generation,
We've had that discussion before, right? So I'll just say guiding. You know, the right word is just they should be allowed to just guide us and not, just choose for us. Imagosuya stamp, no, just guide us through it.
so in the choosing perspective, when your child is around what age again?
Is it like when your child is not your friend?
Yes.
From 10 down.
From 10 downwards. So let's say you are still 10.
Okay.
And then you choose something and your mom is like, no. And then what will you do? You just said they should not choose for you.
At that point, that child is still, that child is still a child. So he's still tender. At that point, you have
let him make reckless
mistakes. You understand? So you have to listen to the child, and you have to sit the child down and tell the child this decision. And I don't think there is a very big decision to make at that age. I can't remember any big decision. You're not choosing career at 10. You are not getting married at 10.
Exactly.
So there's no big decision.
So but back to what you said 10 below, they are not your friends. So 10 to what age?
I think, as I said before, I can't remember. But all I know, the one I'm sure is that he said from 18.
Then they're your friends.
I can't remember the two others.
Okay, so let's quickly talk about the challenges. So let's critically and meticulously pick out those wrong parenting patterns we don't like. Let's talk about it. This is your time. Your parents ain't gonna do anything to you if you say anything. So please feel free.
Okay. I believe I know my mom is going to be watching this. So I'm going to tell you what you are doing with me I don't like.
Okay.
Anyways. The things our parents do, I'll just basically say African parents, honestly. Okay. When you raise your voice at your kids, raising your voice, not just raising your voice, on top you rain insults on the child. Do you know what? It leaves this mental, anyway, this getting on a nerve, it hits. Manimo bionyahu, and then it just restructures the child. When you always rain insults on your child, Boya, idiot. Tomorrow, okay, next tomorrow you call her useless. Next tomorrow you call her, all sorts of exactly.
I hate that particular.
It leaves this mental
dent
on the child, and when the child always, honor agazi at every stage. I'm that kind of person that I register each word you say to me. It's like being registered, and then and from a tender age, when you are that kind of parent that go on about shout on any little issue, itakulugomba, raining insults and all of that. That child is, that's something that parents do that they should curtail. African parents, honestly, because I do watch movies and I believe that ihenemen a film, bihenemen a reality, yes. So I've not seen American or parents act like that. Although they do shout, but insults, no.
Yeah, even the way they usually talk, whenever there is actually a problem, you hear them, we need to talk. Mom, I'm not coming, we need to talk. That kind of thing.
I'm Nigeria.
Exactly.
You're not coming.
I'm so mad at you that you get a girl slam the door. You can't try it.
Exactly, just
oh my god. Well, I think I also have a personal problem with the raising of voices and insult too. So, but what about you? What's that particular thing? It could be menu, so just feel free, like I said.
Are we talking about this one?
Yes.
I would say sometimes children do piss off their parents.
Very true.
But then just know when to stop. Just know. For the sake of the mental health of this child, know when to stop. You can shout, you can tell the child, don't do this, don't do that, but not like insulting the child, telling the child you are useless. You're a mother of a useless child.
They don't really see it that way though. They believe that once they're birthed, like brought you into the world,
then that's your own life.
Yes.
Which is partially true. It's actually true though.
So just know when to stop. That's it. Even if you mistakenly say out those insultive words, you can go back. I know it's very hard for Nigerian parents to apologize. It's very, very difficult. It's really but just do it with style. You can just buy something else.
My mom has in fact, sometimes when I apologize when I'm right, I get things like sorry Nkeki. Which is so annoying. Oh my god.
So that's just like she said, our parents need to do better.
But you have not actually like called that one thing I used to strike you.
Okay, me. Apart from what she's saying, right? Okay, lack of listening. Most parents don't give listening ears to their children, which is very bad. They don't want to hear you out. They have already concluded. Like most Nigerian parents, they don't even know that something like mental illness exists. So when you're telling your mother, I'm down emotionally, you'll be like, Biko, you check what down, you got party friend in the kitchen. Gasa. They don't know anything. I don't know, but their generation, I don't know how they did it. Nothing like emotional stress or anything. You're just talking to yourself after their own is gonna do that chores. I don't understand what you're saying. So I feel like parents should give listening ears to their children. Listen first. Then if you have anything to say, you can add to it. But listen to your child. Listen to your child.
Okay, so thank you so much. First, I learned that we don't like it when our parents shout at us, right?
Exactly.
And then add it with, spice it up with some insults. No, they don't spice it up. They like, there's a difference between sprinkling.
Yes, they add the insults as the major ingredient.
Yes, it's like the main thing, and then the shouting now. Let's say the shout is like the water. If the soup is egusi soup, the water is the shouting, and then egusi itself is the insult.
It's the main ingredient.
Right. Okay, and for you want it when your parents are listening to you.
Yeah. I have another thing to say. I also would wish if that our parents would learn to balance discipline and love.
Okay.
Most Nigerian parents, they just fail in one aspect. It's either they lack discipline they fail to discipline their children or they fail to love their children. So it's not good to fail in one aspect, but just have that balance. You don't have to over pamper your child. You don't have to over discipline your child. Shouting too much, flogging your child regularly can put in fear into that child.
Aside from fear, Nigerian kids, most of them grew the heart that Hameye in the house, if they do anything at home, next thing they'll say is like,
I know
highest
it's
coming.
So they have conditioned themselves.
Exactly.
Yes.
We have,
because they are already used. They are already used to it. But if you just do it once in a while, you flog your child, when he does that thing, at least the person will be scared. Oh my God, my mom will beat me. And that child will look for a way. The child will feel bad. He would have that remorse and look for a way to apologize or just fix those things back. But when you beat too much, oh my God, that's not training. That's not training for me.
All right, if you are just joining us, this is the discussion segment, and we are not forgetting the main topic, are we? The main topic is actually if you were a parent. So now your fellow teenagers, including myself, have castigated the parents. Now it's our turn to see what we would do if we're the parents. So these things that were listed, like shouting, are we trying to say that we would never shout at our children? I mean, would we do that?
Honestly, as I said.
Okay, now this is the truth, the time for reality. Help us out.
If I say that I won't shout at my child, then I'm lying. Because I'm even shouting at my junior siblings, I'm even shouting at them. But the thing is just, like I said, know when to stop. Know when to stop. If the child pisses you off, you can give the child punishment instead of doing something that would affect the child's mental health. Yeah. Just give the child punishment. Go inside, lock yourself, lie down. You might even forget about the child. That punishment would be more painful to the child than that shouting.
So, in other words, we are likely to do the same thing our parents have done.
Yes, we
are.
My God!
But then we have more control over our emotions.
Yes,
that's
you should
anger.
learn to control it.
Okay, we should learn. It's not like we have.
No.
Because it's more like, I think they do it without being maybe they are aware, but they kind of like forget that words have power. I know this from experience. What you say, especially coming from our parents, are like they hold strong power and strong effect on that person's life. So whenever you are shouting, I mean, it's just controlling yourself, self-control, and always keep reminding yourself now, will have an effect on that child. Whether you pray for the child to get better daily, but then
your actions show it total different. So, but I feel like this is just a subconscious learning thing. Whenever they try to like bring us back home, they'll be like, in our time, when I was at your age, that kind of thing. So it's more like they are, doing the same thing their parents did.
To them, yeah.
And who knows, they might have actually said, I would never do this to my own child. Something like that. So probably they could have said the same thing. And here we are again, numbering those things that would. So how are we sure that we are not actually learning these things subconsciously? Because we are living, just your proximity with somebody is kind of like 60 to 70% that you are learning what that person is doing without even knowing. Like you shout at your junior ones
because I see my parents. My parents
like it just gets into you. True. So what's the plan? I mean, how are we going to become better parents? Not like our parents are bad. Get what I'm saying?
Okay.
Is there any plan? Let's start with that.
Any plans of getting better?
Yes, because we're actually close to them, so we are likely to do the same thing they have done because we are subconsciously learning.
Well, I don't think there is. Everybody literally planned to be better than their parents. You understand? So it's just all depending on self-discipline, disciplining yourself, not to be like them or not to do way worse than they have done. I think that's just what it is
That's just it.
for me.
Okay.
Same thing with what she said. But the only other thing I would add is just being intentional too. You have already said it. Will you do it? This thing you said, just try to stick to it. I'm not going to curse my child. Remind yourself every day that this is a blessing from God. So I'm not going to curse this child no matter what. So just know the extent you would go when you're shouting at the child.
Okay,
That's
so
all.
I have a controversial question. I think, from my own perspective, that Gen Z parents will be worse than the Gen Alpha parents. What do you have to say about this? Because we are the Gen Zs. I have seen a lot of things. I can prophesy. I can look into the future with this character and all
in
that.
what aspect?
Yeah, can you give a
In what
definition of a
aspect?
Gen Z parent? Because
You know, there are parents that don't touch their children now.
Yeah.
And they are basically, okay, they are in between Gen Z, because not all Gen Zs are married yet, right? So, but with the level of, will I say, what's the word? With the level of lackadaisical attitude, maybe, because you're a child and you're a potential parent. Let's say like that. So you're potential parents, and then we see our parents like every time they are working, trying to make ends meet, and then every single time when you see your child, they are either pressing their phone, they are leaving their chores and all that. So with all that attitude, so I'm just saying generally, I feel like with what we have seen in the world, like from a general point of view, they will be worse than our parents. Not me though.
you said worse than our parents. Do you mean like in terms of, disciplining them, or in terms of
all aspects? I just said
all
it in a
aspects.
general. Like I said before, there are some parents that don't touch their children. There are some people that don't really care. Like, look around. Their like attitude littered all over the place right now. So I'm not talking about you guys. You guys are so decent and modest.
Thank you.
Your parents will be so proud of you. You guys are doing amazing. But when we look outside there, we see a lot of things going on. And I sometimes wonder, would these people be parents one day? Like, have you ever wondered something like that?
Before they get married.
Oh, they might.
or perhaps they don't have a plan of
getting married.
Actually, because you see some people like behaving so rogue, and you're like, guy, are you sure you're going to train somebody when you get old or something like that? Do you understand? So, do you think that this generation can actually survive, or would they just change all of a sudden?
Honestly, this generation, you're not lying.
Gen Z.
The Gen Z generation, they might be worse actually, to be honest. Because when you see kids, nobody wants to stress themselves, and they won't have problem in terms of disciplining their children. I said something about balancing discipline and love. They'll have problem in that love aspect.
The love aspect.
Because we have this, Gen Zs have this mentality that I should not stress myself. Every girl wants to be a baby girl. So they will grow, they are living with that mentality. So there is a possibility that they will get married with that mentality. So when they have their child, you want to twin it with your child. That's every girl's...
Actually, I've been seeing this particular one. When the mom is dressed up, you see another
baby girl.
5 how many inches are they say? Like dressed exactly. In fact, there are wigs for kids, like really, really tender kids. And I'm like,
the world is literally evolving.
Yeah, that's true. It's not like it's bad. I didn't say so. But then
that's
you can tell from what you're seeing outside what might be going inside.
So with that, most Gen Zs might not be able to train their children, especially when they have enough resources. I mean, financially, they might not be able. They might actually fail, but not everybody, because mind you, there are Gen Zs that have responsible parents that would groom them into responsible adults. So such people, their own might not be like that.
And there are some Gen Zs that literally are not waiting for their parents or waiting, to be drilled or groomed. They do it themselves. Exactly. So They'll do
So-
better.
I love that.
Let's just not generalize it.
That's true, because we actually have really amazing parents out there, right? So, like my mom, I am giving a big shout out to my mom. A big shout out. She's a good woman. They are all good people, aren't they?
Of course.
Yeah. So, so I want us to like take 5 minutes to think about this. I've actually asked this question before, but I just want you to just you can just pause and think about it. So I almost mentioned something about subconsciously learning from them, and then there was this video by Aima. Aima, the daughter of the Willows.
Yeah.
Yes, she's now into content creating and all that. So she said there was a video she made, and the title of the video was "The Signs That Shows That I'm Now Becoming Like My Mom." The first video was where she went to the market and she priced something, and the person said it's 12,000 naira. She was about to get the money, and then she paused halfway. I was like, "Madam, no be 3,500." you know that thing our parents are from 12,000. So she was like getting a lot of pictures of how she's gradually becoming like her mom. So that's for the good aspect, right? So but now we're talking about parenting, those things we don't want to repeat. So just take 5 minutes and think about how you can actually be a different kind of parent, that kind of person that will not rain insults. Like, just take 5 seconds, think about
You
it.
said 5 minutes before.
Do you need all that time? So that maybe after this discussion we can all know what to start doing, what to stop doing, so that we can actually make this world a better place and get the upcoming generation to have sweet and perfect parents, even not so completely
Okay,
perfect.
for me, I know my 5 seconds haven't elapsed, but this just for me it's a quick answer, and I know that you might be expecting me to say it. You can't do literally anything alone. We are human beings and we were created by God. So we can't, I don't see any responsible parent thriving today without having God. So because if you have God, aside from having God, you have the Holy Spirit, like His Spirit. Anyway, there are like some things that you'd want to do, you withdraw yourself from doing it because He is, you having Him by your side, you having Him through your parenting, life. So I just know that when you have God, those things you subconsciously do it.
Okay, so before we hear from you, I've actually thought about this. Sometimes I used to wonder, our parents, they try. What does it mean to train a person? You know how stubborn you are now. Imagine giving birth to someone that is just like you. I had a sister in church. So she gave birth to a son, and I think he's a year old now. So I saw her in a program, and the boy was just portraying exactly her character. I walked up to her, I was like, I know I was looking for trouble. I'm like, if you survive this boy, then you can survive 10 times of you. And she nearly beat me that day, but that was actually the truth. So, parenting is actually difficult if you actually look at it from...
It is difficult.
I mean, training a human being that has his or her own mind and will, right? So that's just by the way. So let's hear from you.
Okay, the same thing she said too.
God.
You have to have God, because it is only God that would help you. Sometimes children are so... I don't blame parents.
At all.
Kids sometimes they are so annoying that if care is not taken, you might wound them or even kill them. So it's just God that will just be telling you, calm down. Calm down. So that's number one. Then number two, you don't change overnight. I was complaining about how I shout at my siblings and all that. So if I want to become maybe a better parent, that I don't have that intention of insulting my children, then I'm not insulting my siblings, but assuming I'm insulting my siblings, I would have to stop now. Because you can't change when you get married.
Exactly.
You won't change when you get married. So if you have this character this subconscious character that you learn from your parents, then you need to start cutting it off even before you get married.
All right. Thank you so much. And that would be the second to the last question. Because finally, I would want you to make a statement with "if I were a parent." So the teenagers out there, so they can learn from our potential parents, our mommy Norma and mommy Kalis. If I were a parent, I would do this, I would do that, and I would not do this, and then that's it for you. So let's hear from you guys.
If I were a parent, I wouldn't insult my children. I would love and support them.
Yay.
If I were to be a parent, I will support my kids mentally, emotionally, otherwise, physically. I'll just support them, give them my maximum listening ears because all the very, very important.
Exactly. And that would be all for the show today. If you were a parent, you can actually leave us a comment in the comment section. Tell us what you would love to do if you were a parent and the things you would cut off if you were a parent. Thank you for listening. This is the discussion segment on Teens Fun Hub. We'll catch you next time.
Coming up next is the health tips with Chinaza. Stay tuned.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon and welcome to News on the Hour on Aneke Television. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Glad to have you join us. Headlines. Abia State Governor approves automatic employment and postgraduate scholarships for first-class graduates of State University. Fire God's Calabar Timber Market. Tiger Woods released on bail after arrest over Florida crash incident. Now the news and details. Abia State Governor Alex Oti has announced automatic lecturing appointments and postgraduate scholarships for all first-class graduates of Abia State University, Uturu. The governor made the announcement during the institution's combined 30th to 32nd convocation ceremony held at Uturu. He said beneficiaries will be employed as graduate assistants after the completion of their National Youth Service Corps program. Oti also approved a 200 million naira business support fund for young entrepreneurs, extending eligibility to best graduating students with a minimum of CGPA of 4.25. Former Anambra State Governor Mr. Peter Obi has donated an additional 10 million naira to the College of Nursing Sciences, Mbano. The Provost, Reverend Sister Dr. M. Lorette Mado, expressed appreciation for Obi's cumulative 20 million naira support for the institution. She said an earlier 10 million naira donation was used to install solar power and transformer to improve electricity supply, Mr. Obi during the visit urged sustained investment in education, healthcare and human capital development for national progress. The Imo State Police Command has arrested a couple, Mr. Collins Iwunze and Mrs. Onyechi Iwunze, for alleged involvement in hard drug trafficking. Police spokesperson DSP Henry Okoye said the suspects were arrested at their residence in Umunjoko, Obioku, Amakohiubi, Owerri West local government area. He explained that the arrest followed credible intelligence and a surveillance operation conducted by operatives of the command. The suspects are currently in custody as investigations continue. The Oyo State Police Command has commenced investigation into the mysterious death of a teenage boy at the University of Ibadan swimming pool. Police spokesperson Olayinka Ayalande confirmed that the body has been deposited at the Oyo General Hospital mortuary in Ibadan. He said detectives observed blood stains at the pavilion area and bruises on the nose of the deceased. The command added that a full investigation is on the way to determine the circumstances surrounding the incident. The Understate Security Network Agency, Amoketun Corps, says it has rescued 5 persons abducted in Akure South local government area. Commander of the Corps, Mr. Adetunji Adeleye, said 3 health workers and 2 others were rescued in separate overnight operations. He explained that the victims were abducted at a health center in Oke, Ijebu by armed men who invaded the facility in a bus. Adeleye assured residents of continued efforts to secure lives and property across the state. A fire has destroyed the cold store of the Ebonyi State Ministry of Health, with vaccines and medical equipment worth hundreds of millions of naira lost. The Commissioner for Health, Dr. Moses Ekuma, said the incident occurred in the early hours of yesterday at Centenary City, Abakaliki. He listed destroyed items to include vaccines, refrigerators, solar systems, and critical cold chain equipment. Authorities say an assessment is ongoing to determine the full extent of the damage. A midnight fire has gutted the Akim Timber Market in Calabar, destroying goods worth millions of naira. Police spokesperson ASP Topa Sunday Akata said the fire lasted over 6 hours before it was contained. The Commissioner of Police, CP Rashid Afibwa, led emergency response efforts that prevented the flames from spreading to the nearby police barracks. Preliminary findings suggest the fire may have been triggered by a spark from public power supply. This is News on the Hour, coming to you live from Aneke Television. Remember, you can stay connected with us on Facebook and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. Now, a quick recap of the major stories making the news. Governor Alex Oti has approved automatic employment and postgraduate scholarships for first-class graduates of Abia State University, Uturu, alongside a 200 million naira support fund for young entrepreneurs. A major fire outbreak has gutted the Akim Timber Market in Calabar, but swift emergency response efforts prevented the blaze from spreading to the nearby police barracks. Coming up shortly, golf star Tiger Woods has been released on bail following his arrest in Florida in connection with a crash incident under investigation by authorities. We'll be right back.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. The chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Mr. Ola Olukoyede, has warned of the growing threat posed by cryptocurrency-related crimes in Nigeria. He raised the concern during the inauguration of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime Country Program for Nigeria 2026 to 2030 in Abuja. Mr. Olukoyede said the world lost over $160 billion to illicit transactions involving digital currencies in 2025, noting that Bitcoin and similar assets are increasingly being exploited by criminal networks. He called for stronger global cooperation and regulatory frameworks to address emerging financial crimes linked to digital assets. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, says foreign investors are showing renewed confidence in the country's financial system, with about 28% of investment in the ongoing banking sector capitalization coming from foreign sources. Acting Director of Corporate Communications and Investor Relations, Mrs. Sidi Hakama, disclosed this at the CBN Special Day at the 37th Annual International Trade Fair. She said 32 banks have met new capital requirements as of March 17, 2026, ahead of the March 31st, 2026 deadline. Hakama added that reforms, including a shift to inflation targeting and stronger monetary policy frameworks, are contributing to improved investor confidence and economic stability. The Nigerian Deposit Insurance Corporation, NDIC, has advised Nigerians to link their bank accounts with their bank verification number to ensure smooth compensation in the event of bank failure. The Managing Director and Chief Executive, Mr. Thompson Sunday, gave the advice at the NDIC Special Day during the 37th Annual International Trade Fair. Presented by Director Mrs. Gimba Hawa, he said BVN linkage allows for seamless identification and payment of insured deposits without physical verification at NDIC offices. He also warned against fraudulent investment schemes and urged depositors to safeguard their banking information. The federal government and electricity generation companies are in disagreement over the actual debt profile within Nigeria's power sector. Minister of Power Chief Adebayo Adelabu said verified liabilities may be closer to 4 trillion naira, largely due to obligations linked to gas supply for power generation. However, the Association of Power Generation Companies insists that outstanding debts are significantly higher, citing unpaid invoices and operational costs. Both sides are expected to continue discussions aimed at resolving the dispute and stabilizing the electricity market. The federal government has intensified implementation of mandatory electronic invoicing for businesses across Nigeria to improve tax compliance and revenue monitoring. The executive chairman of the Nigerian Revenue Service, Dr. Zach Adedeji, announced the policy at the Nigerian Revenue Summit in Lagos. He said the initiative will reduce revenue leakages and enable real-time tracking of business transactions. Under the phased rollout, large companies have already complied, while medium and small enterprises are expected to meet deadlines between 2026 and 2027. Now in sports, golf legend Tiger Woods has been released on bail after being arrested in Florida on suspicion of driving under the influence following a car crash. According to Sky Sports, Woods was detained after his vehicle overturned while attempting to overtake a trailer. Authorities said he appeared lethargic at the scene, although a breathalyzer test returned negative. He later declined to provide a urine sample. He was held for several hours before being released on bond as investigations continue. Now in entertainment, veteran Nigerian actress Choco Silva has been announced as the head judge of the 12th African Magic Viewers' Choice Awards, scheduled for May 9th, 2026. The announcement was made during a press briefing at the MultiChoice studio in Lagos. Organizers said the edition will spotlight excellence across writing, directing, production, and technical craftsmanship in African film and television. MultiChoice executives noted that the awards will continue to recognize the broader creative ecosystem driving storytelling across the continent. And finally, before we go on news updates, a recap of our top stories. Abia State Governor Alex Oti has approved automatic employment for first-class graduates of Abia State University, Uturu, as graduate assistants after the completion of the National Youth Service Corps program. The governor also announced postgraduate scholarships for all first-class graduates and extended eligibility to best graduating students with a minimum cumulative grade point average of 4.25. In addition, he unveiled a 200 million naira business support fund aimed at empowering young entrepreneurs as part of efforts to strengthen education and job creation in the state. A major fire outbreak has destroyed large quantities of goods at the Akim Timber Market in Calabar, Cross River State. The inferno, which lasted several hours, was contained through the combined efforts of police personnel and emergency responders, preventing it from spreading to the nearby Akim police barracks. In international sports, golf legend Tiger Woods has been released on bail after being arrested in Florida following a road crash accident. Police authorities say the incident occurred after his vehicle overturned while attempting to overtake a trailer. That brings us to the end of news on the hour on Aneke Television. Thank you for watching. For more news and live updates, follow us on Facebook and YouTube, all at Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Good afternoon.
My name is Dr. Emmanuel Inhechi Asonye. I am the CEO of Omenka App LLC. I created Omenka App for the preservation of Igbo language and culture. Omenka App was established in New Mexico and it is headquartered in Albuquerque. But currently we are also being registered in Nigeria. We have a website. We are also on social media because my app is primarily for the Igbo community. In 2006, something significant happened among the Igbo community. UNESCO predicted that Igbo language was going to go into extinction, and that was because Igbo people are one of the most traveled people in the whole world. So the more children are born outside of Igbo land, the more they get disconnected. The app is on iOS, it's also on Android. Access the website and download the app from there. And over 2,000 people are using the app right now. But there's an app that will teach you about Igbo culture, Igbo people. We have Igbo poems, we have riddles and jokes, we have Igbo proverbs, then we have the word section where you are going to search Igbo words. Whatever word that you can find in English, you want to make sure it is found in the app in Igbo language. And I encourage everybody from their communities, you can do what we're doing in Omenka app with your own language and with your own culture. Do not allow your culture or your language to die.
Need advert placements, coverage for events, or the latest news stories? Call 070-3043-7110 right now. Aneke TV, move with the world.
The financial and social strain of burial and traditional funeral ceremonies in Igbo land is becoming a major concern, according to His Royal Majesty Igwe Ambassador Dr. Lawrence O.C. Agabozo, CFR. The elder statesman and respected traditional ruler raised the issue during a lecture delivered at the just concluded 4th Synod of the Catholic Diocese of Enugu held at the Jubilee Hall of the Holy Ghost Cathedral, Enugu. Speaking on the theme burial and traditional funeral ceremonies in Igbo land and their burden on the people, Igwe Agabozo traced the evolution of funeral practices from pre-Christian times to the present. He highlighted how modernization, religion, and social competition have significantly altered traditional customs. Recalling pre-Christian Igbo society, he explained that burials were swift, often conducted within 1 or 2 days due to the absence of mortuaries. Deaths were viewed as having spiritual causes, prompting families to consult diviners rather than medical experts. Burials were classified based on social status, with home burials for prominent persons, communal grounds for married or disadvantaged individuals, and even forests for criminals or those believed to have died abominably. Lavish second burials were traditionally reserved for traditional or successful individuals, although early missionaries condemned some practices, including alleged human sacrifices. Igwe Agabozo noted that Christianity helped eliminate discriminatory and dehumanizing burial rites, particularly those involving evil forests. Over time, population growth and migration contributed to the decline of village cemeteries, while modern mortuaries allowed families to delay funerals for extended periods, a factor now contributing to rising burial costs. Modernity has influenced a lot of changes in Igbo funeral rites, the monarch observed. He expressed concern over the growing culture of funerals for the living, where families stage elaborate ceremonies to display wealth and social status, often beyond their means. He condemned practices such as prolonged mortuary stays, house constructions, or renovation to meet burial standards, and the emerging first and second burials into extravagant events. Highlighting a recent example, he cited a high-profile burial where 200 cows were reportedly donated, describing it as inactive, as indicative of the trend. These displays place a huge burden on middle and low-income families, he warned, noting that many now take loans to fund burials of relatives who died in poverty. Efforts to curb excessives are underway. Several Igbo communities have shortened burial durations and abolished oppressive widowhood practices or rites. The Catholic Church has also introduced regulations limiting how long a corpse may remain in a mortuary. Onitsha Du's decision to abolish second burials for Christians was cited as a model worth emulating. The Obi of Onitsha, His Royal Majesty Igwe Nnameka Alfred Achabe, has repeatedly condemned ostentatious funeral displays, emphasizing the protection of families with modern means. In his own Ezema Olo Kingdom, Igwe Agobozo revealed that practices that demean widows such as sleeping beside corpses or compulsory head shaving have been abolished. He also warned against the emergence of committees of friends exploiting funerals to collect money fraudulently via social media. The monarch called for a return to traditional values, encouraging families to conduct burials within their means while allowing voluntary contributions from well-wishers. He urged the diocese to update regulations that balance cultural identity with Christian values, reduce financial pressure on families, and discourage extravagant spending. This paper will consider its mission accomplished, he concluded, if it contributes to resolving emerging challenges that impede the advancement of Christian burial practices in the diocese.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. The Southeast Zonal Chapter of the All Progressives Congress, APC, has elected a new executive through a consensus arrangement at its Congress held in Enugu. The exercise, which took place at the Hotel Presidential, saw the emergence of Dr. Ijoma Arodiobu as Zonal Chairman alongside other members of the executive. Governors Peter Mba, Enugu, Senator Hope Uzodimma, Imo, and Francis Nwifuru, Ebonyi, were among key stakeholders present at the Congress. Chairman of the Southeast Governors Forum, Governor Hope Uzodimma, said the decision to adopt consensus was aimed at strengthening internal cohesion.
Today, on behalf of the governors of APC Southeast, to greet all of you and to congratulate you for the successes recorded and for the incremental growth of our membership in the zone.
Proceedings began with a motion by Governor Francis Nwifuru to dissolve the outgoing zonal Executive, seconded by Senator Patrick Ndubweze. This was followed by the presentation of a list of consensus candidates by Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Benjamin Kalu, who moved for their adoption.
Arise as a member of the Southeastern Nigeria, Migrant Party of the Progressive Congress, to move a motion that having served for complete 4 years and having exhausted their tenure for the first time in office, and the zonal executive of our party, the All Progressive Congress Southeastern Nigeria, to dissolve. I so move. I'm here to second the motion as heavily moved by His Excellency Governor Wifu. The first motion is to move that all the congresses that took place at the ward level, local government level, and state level be adopted as a true reflection of the agreement of the members of our party, both members and leadership.
The motions, including ratification of earlier ward, local government and state congresses, were seconded by the Speaker of the Enugu State House of Assembly, Uchenna Ugu, and endorsed by delegates.
I hereby second the three motions moved by His Excellency, Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, and so second. The ayes have it.
Other members of the newly constituted zonal executive include Chief Innocent Itapa Azuoba, Secretary, Barrister Rex Mayor Obonna, Legal Advisor, Honorable Henry Onwa-Alonye, Publicity Secretary, Barrister Chima Kenneth Obonnaya, Youth Leader, Dr. Nwachukwu, Leader, Persons with Disabilities, Dr. Obi Aji, Women Leader, and Chief Arinze Ikedife, Organizing Secretary. In his remarks, Governor Peter Mba of Enugu State described the Congress as a reflection of growing unity within the party in the region.
Welcome to the homeland of Undibo. The number of people that I have seen here in this hall today is a testament to the fact that APC is Southeast and Southeast is APC. There is no gainsaying the fact that APC in Southeast is solid. Let's also continue to demonstrate that Southeast APC is not only growing, but is a model of internal cohesion and progressive politics.
The Congress attracted a broad spectrum of party leaders, including former presidents of the Senate, Ken Nnamani, Senators Osita Izunaso, Ezenwa Onyewuchi, Uche Ekwunife, Onyekachi Nwebonyi, Kelvin Chukwu, and Osita Ngwu. Also in attendance were Minister of State for Labor, Nkiru Onyeji-Ocha, former Minister Chris Ngige, and Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Kingsley Ude, alongside members of the House of Representatives and other key stakeholders. I'm Good Hope Chukuma for Aneke TV News.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. move with the world.
Across Nigeria, from bustling cities to quiet rural communities, one institution has endured the test of time: the traditional leadership. Long before modern governance structures emerged, these institutions were the heartbeat of society, providing leadership, justice, and social cohesion in ways that remain indispensable to this day. Traditional institutions are not merely ceremonial. They are custodians of Nigeria's rich and diverse cultural heritage. From the Obas of Yoruba land, the Emirs of the North, to the Igwe and Obi of Igbo land, traditional rulers preserve centuries of customs, language, festivals, and rituals. They ensure that the stories, values, and identity of their people are not lost in a rapidly changing world. What sets these institutions apart is their organic legitimacy. Unlike elected officials whose authority depends on periodic votes, traditional rulers derive their influence from ancestry, community consent, and deeply rooted cultural norms. This legacy makes them trusted arbiters, moral authorities, and stabilizing forces within their communities. Their position above partisan politics allows them to mediate dispute and guide society with a unique combination of wisdom and authority. At the grassroots level, traditional institutions are indispensable for governance and social order. They resolve dispute, manage land and chieftaincy matters, and acts as intermediaries between local communities and government policy. In rural areas where formal structures are often distant or overstretched, the presence of these leaders ensures continuity, fairness, and accessibility in governance. Beyond mediation, traditional rulers are catalysts for development. They mobilize communities for education, healthcare, and infrastructure projects, while acting partnerships from government and private entities. Their influence ensures that development initiatives are participatory, culturally appropriate, and sustainable. In this way, traditional leadership becomes a force for progress as well as preservation. Traditional institutions also play a vital role in maintaining security. By leveraging local knowledge and community networks, rulers provide essential intelligence and oversight, collaborating with security agencies to prevent and mitigate conflicts. Their involvement strengthens community resilience and reinforces the social contract between citizens and the state. Equally important is the moral and ethical dimension of traditional leadership. These institutions instill values of respect, integrity, communal responsibility, and peaceful coexistence. In a society grappling with ethical and social challenges, the guidance of traditional rulers remains a vital instrument for fostering discipline and virtue. In a nation as diverse as Nigeria, traditional institutions serve as a bridges of unity. They manage ethnic and cultural diversity, promote dialogue, and encourage mutual respect, while preserving distinct local identities. Through their wisdom, they help maintain harmony and stability across communities that might otherwise be divided. The traditional institution is far from a relic of the past. It is a dynamic, enduring pillar of Nigerian society, a custodian of heritage, a mediator of peace, a driver of development, and a moral compass for generations. To harness Nigeria's full potential, There must be a deliberate integration of these institutions into governance and national development strategies. For in preserving the past, guiding the present, and shaping the future, traditional leadership remains at the very heart of Nigerian life.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
The red cap is a powerful symbol of authority, tradition, and chieftaincy. It signifies leadership, cultural identity, and a connection to the ancestors. The red cap is primarily worn by men who hold traditional titles such as Nze, Ozo, Ichie, Chief, Onyish. The number of eagle feathers on the cap can denote the wearer's status within the chieftaincy system. The red cap comes in different shapes, and each shape represents a particular hierarchy in the traditional institution in Igbo land.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Hosanna, 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 Hosanna.
Thank you.
Hosanna.
Thank you.
Hosanna. Hosanna.
Hosanna, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The Vice President, Kashim Shettima, my darling wife, Oluremi Tinubu, Mrs. Shettima, Senate President, the House of Representatives, the elders of our party, the Bisi Akande, Arema Olusegun Osoba, and Pius Akinyelure. Let me first of all thank Aminu Masayari, my dear friend and brother, who respectively with Pius Ayim Pius accept with the other distinguished members to accept to serve this convention. To all the members of the planning committee, this is marvelous. Congratulations. All the executive governors of our great party, members of the new working committee of our great party, former governors elected on the platform of our party, members of the Executive Council, former APC National Chairman, present and past members of National and State Assemblies, members of the State Working Committees, members of Diplomatic Corps, delegates and members of our party, including those from diaspora, representative of Aneke in our midst, other observer members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, today I stand before you with heart full of gratitude, pride, and hope. Gratitude to God Almighty for His grace upon our nation and our party. Pride in what we have built together as a party since 2013, and optimistic about a bright future for our nation, despite the challenges we have been faced. We will overcome all difficulties. The fourth elective national convention of our party is not merely a gathering. It is the defining chapter in the story of our democracy and our party. As a part, this convention offers us the platform to renew our bond, strengthen our resolve, and recommit ourselves to the ideas that brought us together in the first place. We gather under an inspiring and powerful theme: unity in progress, consolidating the Renew Hope agenda. Unity in progress as the main theme, potent and timely reminder that progress is possible without unity. Unity in progress, consolidating the renewal agenda. 13 years ago, we dared to dream differently and to act boldly when, as patriots, we set aside our political differences and came together for national redemption and to save our country. From the economic disaster facing us, to which the then ruling party had flung this country. We are united around the shared belief that our country can be greater and better served. That democracy must work for every Nigerian, that leadership must be anchored on vision, discipline, justice, and development. That historic unity gave birth to a moment that changed Nigeria's political landscape forever till now and to the future. Today, as we reflect, we do so with deep appreciation for the founding fathers, women, youth, and faithful party members who built this platform with sweat, courage, and conviction. Let us stand and observe, because one patriot who founded this party along with us is no more. When he was in uniform, he was a courageous, determined, selfless general. He fought wars to preserve our unity and common patrimony. Out of uniform, Buhari became a Democrat and worked hard, relentlessly, together with us, to lay the foundation. Please stand and observe a moment of silence in memory of our first leader and the first elected president produced by our party, President Muhammadu Buhari. God forgive him all his shortcomings and grant him Alijana without. Let us also observe another moment of silence in the memory of other leaders and members. With him, we started this journey together, who have passed on to eternal glory. May their souls rest in peace. All the departed members and those of us alive, bearing the torch, did not build this party for division and selfishly. Together, we have the duty to ensure that the vision of our founding father is not diminished. We must deepen it. Let us say this clearly and sincerely. We are here for national unity and greatness. We're not going to look back. Critics and how they can say it any way they want. We are here to ensure constitutional democracy. And we thank God for what we have been doing in the last years. 36 years of unbroken freedom, commitment, and democracy. It's not easy without twists and turns. Let me reiterate to those who then lament and misunderstood us. We do not use one-party state. Democracy thrives on vibrant and healthy competition. But we cannot burn the constitutional freedom of association. As a statesman and a political leader, I believe in a credible opposition. One can challenge, question, and help refine policies. That is how statecraft improves and good governance is achieved. That is how nations advance. While we welcome criticism, the constant attacks by opposition groups on the Electoral Act 2026 are a disservice to Nigerian people. It is public knowledge that process leading to the amendment of the 2022 Electoral Act passed through the crucible of legislative scrutiny, including public hearing. The Electoral Act was passed by overwhelming majority of the members of the National Assembly elected by Nigerian people in accordance with 1999 Constitution as amendment. The Act reflects our collective quest as a nation to strengthen our electoral system and consolidate democratic rule. Therefore, our commitment is to uphold the rule of law, conduct credible elections, and protect the integrity of our elections, and continue to be a stronger, secure, and united country. When Nigeria reaffirmed our leadership of the country as the governing party in 2023, we made a solemn promise to chart a new course for national renewal through the Renew Hope agenda. That agenda was not conceived as just another campaign slogan. It is real. It was conceived as a governing philosophy. We knew the road to reform would be tough. We knew rebuilding Nigeria would require courage, patience, and difficult decisions. But we also knew no nation rises by hiding from the truth. We must not deceive ourselves and spend or waste the future of our grandchildren. We have to build the nation, the present for them before they come. The foundation must be strong, unique, and withstand the test of time. Fellow compatriots, since assuming office, our government has remained focused on delivering on the mandate to Nigerian people. Despite the complex global economic and political environment, today, I can assure you we are on the right path. Investors' confidence has partly improved. Our oil and gas sector has once more become attractive to foreign investment. Following our reforms, our Eurobond issuance was oversubscribed by 400%. And Nigeria exited the financial grey list, making a decisive to return to global financial credibility. Tonight, you had testimony from beneficiaries of some of our programs. I assure you, many of you lamenting the problem of electricity, power. Yes, we are paying attention to that. The Grid Asset Management Company, CAMCO, which will inject approximately 1,500 megawatts into a new grid corridor. We are going to improve on it. Electricity will become better, and be assured there will be opportunity and progress in our industrialization path. Tonight you had testimony from beneficiaries of our programs. Our programs are real, feasible, viable, impactful, measurable, and not mere rhetoric, as some opposition-led elements like to say. We are moving from survival mode to stability. To the young people of our party and our nation, let me speak directly to you. We are not only the future of Nigeria, we are our hope for a more glorious and assured future. Your creativity, innovation, digital fluency, enterprising spirit, and the courage are our greatest national asset. This party must continue to open more doors for our youth participation, not as a prop, but as decision makers. We must nurture a generation of young progressive men and women who are not only politically active, but intellectually grounded, morally disciplined, and nationally committed. The future we seek cannot be built without you at its center. The women of Nigeria and our party, I say your role in our glory and our growth and stability is essential. Just a few minutes ago, my wife asked me one straight question: whether there are no women to move motions. Why is it that there are only men moving motions? What about the special place for women? I assured her we will move decisively on that. It's a promise that we are very gender sensitive. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to the Convention Planning Committee, led by His Excellency Honorable Aminu Bello Masari, CFR, and His Excellency Senator Ayim Pius Ayim GCON. Your dedication and excellence has set a new standard for organization and service. I must take a moment, especially to appreciate all our governors for the pivotal role they played in the organization of this convention. I commend Governor Abdurrahman Abdurrazak of Kwara State, who served as the vice chairman, Governor May Malabuni of Yobe, who served as the secretary, and Governor Opun Sodima of Imo State, who served as the treasurer, for their dedication and leadership. I also wish to recognize Governor Dr. Abiodun, chairman of APC National Convention Venue Subcommittee, for the remarkable commitment, including funding and delivery of the the new setup. I equally extend my heartfelt appreciation to all our governors, ministers, whose collective efforts, unity of purpose, and commitment ensure the seamless planning and residing success of this convention. To all those who will be elected today or were already elected, carry the trust with humility, fairness, and unwavering commitment to our party ideals. The future of APC and Nigeria democracy depend on your leadership. Lead with courage, lead with integrity, and lead with vision. May our leadership inspire confidence, strengthen our unity, deliver progress worthy of the faith our members are placed in you. May you continue to win more comfort into the party as we have done in the past 2 years, when an unprecedented number of new members, governors, senators, House of Representatives, old and current, join our party from other political preferences. The growth demonstrates the strength of our belief and Nigerian trust in our party. My charge to you is to sustain this expansive political structure through credible leadership and transparent party management, anchored in a reliable, verifiable database of our members nationwide. May God bless our great party. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Aneke television. Heu agiribom bi egwu nkwa azụrụ n'ahịa mgbochi okwukwu kakwa ogwugwu ema. Heu mba ụwa bịa na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu ụwa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emerụ ogbenye mere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. na-emela ogbe emela amadi ihe ume Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị ịmara ebe oge ọrụ etiwe mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne ya mere